I want to say thanks for joining us today for our last user group event of the year. So first off, welcome everyone, and thanks for joining us. We know your time is valuable, and we're grateful that you choose to spend part of the day with us. Welcome to the nugcommunity.org Q4 2025 Virtual Summit, brought to you by BSP, AdExchange, Brex, Soligo, and Burse, Gatekeeper, and VersaPay. This group today is bringing together NetSuite User Group members from across the United States, a number of groups in Texas, our NorCal and SoCal group, Houston, Dallas, Austin, New York Metro, and our latest group in Nashville, Tennessee, Tennessee NetSuite User Group. Welcome, everybody. Today's session's a little special. It's not just another user group meeting. It's our 2025 capstone event, where we bring the whole community together, reflect on what we learned this year, spotlight the progress happening across the NetSuite ecosystem, and set the stage for an even stronger 2026. Over the next couple of hours, you're going to hear from practitioners, partners, and community leaders who live NetSuite every single day. And our goal is simple: to give you practical ideas you can take back to your business tomorrow. Whether that's a smarter way to leverage safe searches, a new integration to explore, or a fresh way to think about reporting and automation. So settle in, say hi in the chat, get ready to connect, learn, and leave with at least one aha moment that you didn't have before you logged in. This is the Q4 2025 Virtual Summit from nugcommunity.org. Before we look at all the momentum we built this year and all the advances that NetSuite has and all the great topics we have queued up, I want to take a moment to reintroduce what nugcommunity.org really is. This is more than a meetup series. It's a nationwide movement built to empower NetSuite users through real connections, real education, and real community. Our mission's simple. We want to bring people together to learn from each other, share best practices, discover new tools in the ecosystem, and build relationships that make everybody more successful on the NetSuite platform. With our blend of in-person user groups, this virtual summit, our partner-led sessions, hands-on workshops, and our website, we've created a space where NetSuite users can feel supported, informed, and a part of something bigger. nugcommunity.org is where NetSuite knowledge comes to life and where our community drives the conversation. So we welcome you to participate at nugcommunity.org on LinkedIn and our LinkedIn user groups, and to continue to support and participate in our in-person events that we run 3 quarters out of the year in all the major metro areas that we serve. Let's reflect back a little bit. 2025 was a landmark year for our community across 7 thriving regions: New York, NorCal, SoCal, Austin, Dallas, Houston, and our newest expansion into Tennessee. We welcomed more than 1,200 registered NetSuite users to our live events, virtual sessions, and community programs. This growth is a testament to the power of collaboration with the NetSuite community. So thanks to every speaker, sponsor, partner, and volunteer who showed up, who shared their knowledge, and made each event just a little bit better than the last. This user community is incredible. And I personally thank you for your energy, your engagement, and your trust as we look to provide this great educational content and these connections that we make in person to build this NetSuite community. Together, I think we're building one of the strongest NetSuite user communities in the country. And I'm constantly reminded that the NetSuite users are the core of this product. That everything that is being done in these arenas is to focus on making it easier and better to do our jobs. And I think this has been a banner year for NetSuite in terms of advancements, and really looking forward to NetSuite Next. Just to give a little preview of our Q1 2026 proposed dates. These are our proposed dates for our in-person events in Q1. Last year, man, did we have some phenomenal events across all of the different areas. Rooftop galas and educational gatherings, great food, great sponsorship, great fellowship, and really just a testament to, again, the community that we're building here, is that all these fantastic conversations and engagements are led by you, the users who come out to these events and support these events, and take advantage of what our sponsors are offering, which is this wonderful environment to gather and break bread and have fellowship with each other. Well, getting back to today, we have a jam-packed agenda. I'm just getting through our introductions right now. Our first session is what's new with NetSuite and AI. And boy, has this been a huge topic of conversation for everybody lately across the entire spectrum of the SaaS ecosystem. We are juggling the AI conversation and figuring out where does it fit into our business and what tools do we leverage and how do we as employees maintain and retain our value in this new era. So we've got some really great behind the scenes stuff at the top and at the tail of our conversations today. So we're going to start with Hussein Zaidi, what's new with NetSuite and AI. One of our board members from Texas, Surus Badi, is going to present on saved searches, a really fantastic presentation on saved searches galore. Another board member from Texas, Lauren Polsek, is going to give a session on NetSuite integrations. And then our own Christina Putney is going to talk us through a conversation called Adapt or Die, Thriving Through Change, which kind of really specifically addresses our role, the human role in this AI revolution, and how we're looking to move forward and break into the future with all of the exciting things that are going on. In between our sessions, we're going to have some game breaks and some sponsor spotlights. Really important to meet our sponsors. And before we do the first sponsor that I'm going to introduce, number one, in 2026, we are looking for you to get more involved with us. We are looking for board members, speakers, presenters, people to help us with some marketing efforts and outreach, social media, graphic design, and facilitators for those on-site events that we do, venue host, check-in committee, lots of opportunity to volunteer with the nodecommunity.org community and to help facilitate the events that we do throughout the year. Speaking of, we wanted to introduce our board members. We've got some amazing board members working hard year-round to bring you great content, and we're going to take a minute to highlight everybody today. You'll hear more from Lauren at, I believe, 3 o'clock when she gives her presentation on NetSuite integrations. But she is a founding member of our Texas board, along with our friend, Surus Badi, who is also a founding member of the board in Dallas, and the founder of his own company, Sweet Surus, where he is a consultant. I'll introduce Kristen Tanjani, who is our Austin board member. Very well known in the community. Kristen is a long-time asset to the NetSuite ecosystem and has a ton of reach beyond her Texas borders. I think a lot of people in our community have interacted with her, and she is the channel development manager at Quantium. Moving on to our newest board members in Tennessee, Chris Haputli is at Associated Packaging Inc., and she's an end user NetSuite administrator. Welcome to our board. And Mike Verkamp, who is from Avaliant Systems, another NetSuite partner in the ecosystem, also our Nashville board member for the Tennessee NUG. Welcome to the team. We are going to make this slide presentation available to everybody. So I know I kind of rushed through this a little bit because we're trying to keep a timetable. And I apologize to our board members, but I do recommend you take a look at some of their answers to these great questions. What do you do outside of the work? What's an achievement you're proud of? And if you could instantly master any skill, what would it be and why? I think these are awesome, revealing questions to get to know our board members a little better. All right, and as we said, we are seeking board members for 2026. Open positions are available in just about every city. So if you're interested in volunteering, giving back, please email Christina@nudcommunity.org for more info. And all right, it is now my pleasure to introduce Maxine Stanley from our sponsor, Imburse. And I am going to hand over screen control to you, Maxine. and you're going to bring us through our first sponsor spotlight.
Thank you so much. I wanted to take a spin on Emburse and AI, so do something a little bit different, and I thought that would make a lot of sense considering that the next speaker is going to talk in AI and NetSuite, and so with that, let's get started. So thanks everybody for having me. My name is Maxine Stanley, and I'm excited to spend a few minutes walking you through how Emburse is approaching expense intelligence AI, and what the future of expense management looks like for NetSuite customers. So why does this conversation really matter? So let's start with the reality that many finance teams are living through today. So you're being asked to do a lot more with a lot less, and you're being asked to close faster, enforce policies without slowing people down, and get accurate spend insights instantaneously. And the tools that once felt really modern that now offer manual review queues, basic OCR, static policy checks, and really aren't keeping up with the scale and the complexity of your organization today. And at Emburse, we actually see this shift really clearly, and we're leaning into it not only with a very intentional strategy. We're using AI to not add more noise, but to eliminate the friction, strengthen controls, and automate work finance teams so that they should not have to do more. So let's talk about Emburse Expense Intelligence. And Emburse Expense Intelligence is really our vision for a smarter, more proactive expense experience, and one that works with your team, not just around it. It delivers 3 core capabilities. One is smarter automation. So AI automatically detects duplicates, incorrect amounts, non-compliant spend, merchant mismatch, and risky behaviors before the expense even hits the queue. Second is proactive policy enforcement. So we're shifting from a review everything to a review only what matters. So employees get real-time coaching at the point of spend, not just afterwards, reducing corrections in the back and forth. And third, instead of digging through reports, expense intelligence surfaces the anomalies, trends, and policy gaps that need your attention automatically. So the goal is really, really simple. It's to give finance teams back time, reduce reimbursement errors, and protect your business without adding work or complexity. So we're thinking about AI, and this is really our philosophy. So we know that AI is accelerating super fast, and at Emburse, our focus is not just on speed, but it's also on responsibility. So we think AI should reduce work, not create more. We think AI should report risk reduction compliance and not weaken it. We think AI should be explainable. So finance teams, they need clarity, not just a black box. Every AI recommendation should include context, what is flagged and why, and what action is suggested. And we definitely believe that AI should elevate employee experience. So smarter prompts, error-free submissions, real-time coaching, more compliance without friction. And this is the AI roadmap that actually will move business forward. And this is what we have built and will continue to build. And so we're investing in AI today and in the near term. And we're investing in things like AI-powered receipt, transaction categorization, autonomous expense review, smart approvals, predictive spend safeguards. And then as we look ahead, we're thinking about expense being largely self-driven. So employees won't have to enter as much data at all. It will build the expense for them, validate it, and route it intelligently. And finance teams will shift from a review to a strategic role. So instead of chasing receipts, you'll focus on the insights, you'll focus on spend risk, risk signals, budget guardrails, and forecasting. And payments will then become more controlled or more automatic. So things like virtual cards, merchant controls, real-time AI monitoring, that'll eliminate fraud and accidental misuse. Every dollar can be tied to a policy, a budget, or a project code, and then automatically can be synced into NetSuite. And AI will personalize the experience for all of your employees. So it'll learn your user spending patterns, their job needs, their behavior, and will coach them before mistakes even happen. So in closing, what is the Emburst advantage for NetSuite customers? So this is why it specifically will matter for customers like yourself. You'll get cleaner data flowing into your ERP with less manual intervention. You'll get smarter, more accurate expense process that will scale as your business grows. And you'll get AI insights that will help drive finance teams to make better and faster decisions. So we're not just building some tools, we're actually building an intelligence layer that will help reshape how your organizations manage spend. And we'd love to show you how this could come to life for your business. So if anybody has questions, please feel free to reach out to me at maxine.stanley@emburst.com and be happy to answer any questions that you have or put you in touch with somebody who probably knows a heck of a lot more than me. Thank you. Have a great day.
Awesome. Thanks, Maxine. Really appreciate it. The built for NetSuite ecosystem is a really important part of our SaaS ecosystem. And all of the partners that you'll hear from today have solutions built for you and the NetSuite platform. So we're glad to be able to introduce them to you, and looking forward to seeing if anybody is interested in Burst. All right, we are now moving on to our first session. If you've been with NetSuite user groups for some time, you definitely know the name of our next presenter, Hussein Zaidi, who has really done a tremendous job over many, many years leading education efforts in the NetSuite user group community. He's on the forefront of the AI revolution. He's done a ton of work in this space, and I'm excited for this presentation today, where he's going to tell us what's new with NetSuite and AI. So, Hussein, welcome to the webinar today.
Hi, everyone. You guys can hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, let me share my screen and we will get started.
Yeah, I'm going to hand it over to you, sir.
So we're going to dive right into NetSuite Next and AI. So the agenda is very brief. Just looking at the executive summary, just a single slide giving a high level overview. I want to spend a little bit of time on NetSuite AI evolution, where we are, how we got here, and then go into some of the latest advancements that NetSuite is bringing in for the user community. Okay, so on the executive summary side, what NetSuite Next provide is native, or I would say AI embedded AI solution that makes ERP user experience conversational, meaning before you have to go and ask somebody to generate your report or ask or get specific safe search build to get to a set of data that you want. Now you can just have a conversation with AI, and according to um, the executives, this is the biggest change in 27 years since NetSuite came into existence. It is the biggest change that we have seen. And you guys, if you have played around with some of this functionality, you might already know this. Okay. Um, in terms of the changes that we have seen over the past, yeah, there have been things that have been added over from 2018 to 2023, going to 2024, 2025, and then going into the future. But the most highlighted features of these changes were not as well, I would say, and I'm talking from experience working with NetSuite users, they were not as well adapted or utilized. So supply chain control tower has been there from 2018, 2020 saw supply planning. There is, of course, the planning workbench and MRP functionality, which does not use as much of AI. It's more of a logic-based conventional tooling that was added to the solution. So in my view, that's not AI advanced or AI enhanced solution. Then we have analytics, warehouse, IPM, item recommendations, bill capture. So this is all functionality that uses what I would say the traditional or conventional AI. But with 2024, 2025, because ChatGPT made such a splash, and we have generative AI come in, so that's when some of these latest advancements starts showing up in NetSuite. So text enhance, you have all most of the fields, text fields that are now available with prompt uh, enhanced generative AI. So you could have AI restructure the description, provide new details, even look up details from other fields or other data and add that values to the description, things like that that were not possible before. With that, you always have the Prompt Studio, which not a lot of people have used because it's somewhat technical. You have to be aware of what you're working with, how to ask specific questions to AI. So it helps you fine tune your prompts. And with that, you also have the large language module support for development for suite scripts available to NetSuite developers. But then we saw the MCP connector come in. And I think that changes the picture. That opens the eyes for a lot of people to see what's the extent AI can go with these latest advancements. And then we have the multivariate predictions. And then going into 2026 and 2027, NetSuite Next, which comes in with conversational AI, as I was mentioning, which is the Ask Oracle chatbot embedded right into NetSuite. You have collaborative workspaces with AI Canvas and Suite Analytics Assistant. We have autonomous AI agents with agentic workflows, and we have the AI-powered developer tools with coding and workflow design assistant. So it runs the full gamut, going from all different roles of user experience or different types of user experience within NetSuite, providing AI capabilities across the board. Okay. Some of the historical capability, I just wanted to give you guys a brief idea. If you haven't used it, you can just glance at it, see what's available, and how it can help you within your operations. In regards to text enhance and generative AI, again, these features are available today out of the box. You guys are able to use it. You can go to any field that has the text enhance enabled, and you can let AI generate more proactive, more intelligent descriptions or text for those fields. Okay. So for finance, you can use it for collection letters, for journal entry descriptions, for sales, you can use it in quotes, sales orders, customer communication. Same is true for HR support, supply chain, and the prompt studio, as I was mentioning, it is there to fine tune or to test run your prompts, see what type of data you can get out of NetSuite. A little bit more information on build capture. This is a question that comes up quite often. Now, this is an enhanced capability that uses OCR and some generative AI to get your AP invoices directly integrated or entered into NetSuite using the build capture. We also have financial exception management, which is basically an anomaly detection that you could use across the board on journal entries, invoices, sales orders. We also have intelligent item recommendations. I am not sure a lot of you guys have seen this, but if I have a few minutes, I will show you guys. It integrates directly into your order processing. So you can go to sales order and order lines, and it can give you intelligent item recommendations right on the spot. And it uses the models that are built into the NetSuite platform and are trained on the data from your system, not not from NetSuite as a whole, but just specific to your system and your data. Okay. Some of the additional features that we have on Analytics Warehouse. So if any of you guys are using Analytics Warehouse, it has the assistance for report writing and creating different BI views with the data warehouse that's built into NSAW, and you can use that today. Some of these features were projected to be available in NetSuite as part of Suite Analytics Assistant, but they're not available today, but they would be available uh, soon with the NetSuite Next capability release that's coming up. Okay. And then you also have intelligent performance management with planning and budgeting, NSPB. Again, that's also a prompt-based solution where it can go and create specific models and forecasting and budgeting reports based on the data that's sitting in an NSPB. Okay. Now, I want to talk about specifically MCP connector. MCP connector made a big splash, and rightly so. This has capabilities that you can use today out of the box, and it is precursor, I would say, to some of the functionality you would see in NetSuite Next. So I am going to share my screen and let you guys go through some of this functionality. So I'm logged into my NetSuite demo account. Let me just see if I can load this. Some of the tiles are not showing up. But in regards to MCP connector, it is a specific Suite app that's available. And that Suite app you can use to query NetSuite. So in this case, for example, I had used a simple prompt saying, can you use NetSuite WD demo to create a dashboard that shows my cash position and other relevant metrics? I kept the prompt simple and somewhat ambiguous. So it gives AI freedom to go and figure out what needs to be built and kind of take its own intelligence to come up with relevant metrics. So this is what it built right here. Also, before I go into some of the details, it has the capability to look directly in your NetSuite and look at all the different safe searches and queries that are available. And it has capability to build this in real time, build this out as in HTML. And that's what it shows here. And then it would give some of these key metrics right as part of, I'm using Claude here, as part of the Claude interface. Now, I have it also available here. So you can see that it has some of the metrics up here. And I can also show you some of the charts and graphs that it has built out. My total bank account balance, top 10 AR customers, accounts payable summary, and I can go to a very detailed length and give it very specific requirements of what to build, and it will go and build that out. Okay. Now, one of the questions comes up, and I've talked to quite a few of the customers as well as end users. This dashboard is great. What do we do with it? It's sitting in Claude. It's not in NetSuite. So one option, one easy option is for you to create a custom portlet which has an inline HTML. And I mean, I should remove those tiles, they're not showing up. But I can come here, and this is just an HTML. I have this HTML file uploaded to NetSuite file cabinet. Okay, so it's sitting in NetSuite file cabinet, and that's where I am referencing it from. So in this portlet, let me close this out. First of all, I'm going to pick my custom web page portlet. Then I'm going to come to edit. I'm going to give it a title, give it a height, and a URL. And all of a sudden, you have this data now available within NetSuite. Okay, so quite impressive. There's still some nuances. One issue with this type of approach is that this is a static dashboard. Um, the data was actually compiled into the HTML. So if you want to create something that's more dynamic, then it needs a little bit more work. It could be done. Basically, the data has to be decoupled and separated out, and then that dashboard has to be able to reference that data. Um, we have done it. If you guys reach out to me or reach out to the team afterwards, we can help you set that up within your NetSuite. So that's so not as straightforward, but quite doable with the capabilities that are available today. Okay. Um, any questions so far, Craig? Are there any questions?
Question in the chat is, do you prefer Claude over ChatGPT? This is one of those really interesting questions where I think we talk about the right tool for the job, right?
Yeah, so good question. I actually have ChatGPT here. If I can, hold on. I'll just open up a new window. I'm not sure what happened to my ChatGPT. So the ChatGPT also works, but ChatGPT is required a little bit more questions before it can actually do the work for you. So in this case, I had asked ChatGPT to build the same dashboard for me, but it asked quite a few relevant questions. So if I can take you from the top, I gave it the same prompt. Okay, so it says, well, what is your fiscal year month? Which is fine, and then it kind of gives me an idea of what it's going to provide. So I said, I want this. My fiscal month is January. It aligns with the calendar year. So then it generates a rough draft with the different numbers. It didn't get, it balances as negative just because the way it's looking at the values. So it's not as polished as what I would say we get from Claude. Also, it's more cautious. It would ask multiple questions, trying to get to the right data and the metrics or the values that you're looking for. Okay. In the end, it did create the dashboard. So hold on, I had to have it create and make it available in the ChatGPT. So it create the basic dashboard, but then it's not as elaborate as Claude, and Claude was able to do much more than this with a simpler prompt than what I had to do with ChatGPT. Okay, so here this was generated by Claude, right? Okay, so a few more things I want to highlight.
Before moving on, Hussein,
Okay,
we do have a
go ahead.
question from Marion. How is Claude or GPT connected in order to give you the correct data from your system?
Very good. Good question. So there is a suite app from NetSuite that you have to download, or that you have to install in your environment. It's fairly straightforward. So if you go into your NetSuite instance, you go to Suite Apps. Under Suite App, just type in MCP, and it's called MCP Standard Tools. Okay. You come here and you click install. It'll install that in your instance. Once you install that, then there's few features that have to be enabled for it. Uh, I'm actually logged in as a CFO, so I have to change my roles to administrator just to quickly show you what that looks like. Um, and then you also need to have a role that's set up for the communication between Claude or ChatGPT and NetSuite. So in that case, uh, you just pick one role that you want to use or multiple roles that you want to use, and then have appropriate permissions on those roles. And I'm going to show you guys those permissions. First, let me just make sure I highlight the specific. Oh, it's a NetSuite Cloud. So this OAuth 2.0 needs to be checked. Make sure it's there. And then it uses some web service, REST web service needs to be checked. I think that's about it. There is a specific documentation available from NetSuite on this, so we can send you that as well. In today's session, I didn't want to go through the configuration setup because it takes a little bit of time. I wasn't sure if I had all the time, but I can quickly show you what's needed. So um, in the role that you want to configure for this AI access, you would need to have few permissions. And in those permissions, first off, you would need to include login, auth access tokens, and the MCP server connection. Okay, so those two are required. You could add authorized application management. That's not really required, but these two are required for it to connect. And once you have that, then you can communicate. You can set up communication between NetSuite and Claude or ChatGPT. Um, so I was actually going to show you guys what that communication can do for you. So I'll start with a new chat. And here, first off, you would need a connector configured on Claude. So I have my WD demo configured. In WD demo, it kind of lists all the tools in AI, in MCP terminology. These are called tools. So these are different capabilities that are available to Claude to go and query NetSuite data. It can list reports, save searches, run queries directly against NetSuite, run reports, and run safe searches. They are more advanced capabilities for creating and updating records. I just don't have those enabled on this instance. Okay, so if in regards to setting it up, also let me just quickly show you guys that. So you go to settings, you go to your connectors, and then you can come and click browse connectors and add a custom connector that'll ask you for a URL. The URL is specifically formed, so you provide that URL, and then it would set this up for you. And that we can send you the details on setting up that connection as well. There's also a lot of information available on the web on this. Okay. Now, coming to the prompt, there's the one thing I wanted to highlight, which was that there are specific approaches on how to properly set up a prompt. It's turning into a whole science. So we call it prompt engineering. The idea is what's the precise way to communicate with an AI large language model so it gives you the correct results, and we can minimize the hallucinations, for example. So this is actually coming directly from OpenAI, which is the creator of ChatGPT. So according to them, if you provide 4 steps, your prompts would provide more accurate results. So number 1 is goal. Number 2 is what's the format you want, any constraints, and then some context detail. So in regards to if I wanted a more appropriate or more structured prompt, I would have started with a goal. Okay, remember, I started with a very simple prompt just to give you guys, the capabilities, how the freedom that Claude has to go and generate this. But if I wanted more structured with, less control, less freedom on Claude side, I would have started with a goal like this. Like I require a comprehensive financial dashboard built using the NetSuite WD demo connector or integration that displays my cash position as a primary metric and any related financial health indicators. So the goal has to be precise. Goal has to indicate to the AI agent or chatbot what you have in mind. Then the format comes. What type of format you want. So remember, when I ran with ChatGPT, I didn't give it a format, so it kind of just summarized the values in the chat. If you want an interactive dashboard, then be specific. Okay, so that's what I'm doing here. For constraints, use specific safe searches and reports. If you want to say, just use the income statement or balance sheet or use this safe search, make sure you include that in the prompt. It makes it easier for an AI agent or chatbot to go and run those reports and base the information on those reports. And then context. Context can include multiple things. It can include a role, it can include your audience, who the dashboard is for, and also specific parameters or things that you wanted to highlight. Sometimes I have created dashboards that says, okay, what's my risk? Can you highlight, what is going to be the cash position, let's say next month? What should I focus on? Things like that. Okay, so we can do a direct demo right now for you guys. So how much time do we have, Craig?
Checking my schedule. Keep going. I'll give you an update.
Okay. Okay, let's say I require a comprehensive dashboard.
About 12 to 15 minutes there, Hussein.
Okay. Comprehensive financial dashboard. Or let's do financial, we did. Let's do sales dashboard. I require comprehensive sales dashboard that provides insights into my sales activity. I require comprehensive data dashboard. Please use NetSuite WD demo to get data from NetSuite. The dashboard should be interactive. List top 10 customers. Include, and I'm keeping it general because I don't want to go look it up, but include any sales metrics that are relevant. Okay, let's keep it at. There are different models available. Haiku is the fastest one. Opus 4 takes more time, so I'm actually going to change it to Haiku just because I don't have a lot of time here. And we just want to make sure is connected to our NetSuite WD demo, and we give it a go. Okay. So again, I could have given it a specific list of safe searches or reports to use. I didn't. I'm just letting it do its thing. So it actually going to try to run some query statements and get to the data that it needs to build this dashboard. Okay. Also, I didn't give it a date range. There are issues at times where if you're working with a lot of data, then it's going to go and uh, try to pull all this into HTML, and a lot of time it runs out of tokens. So, it's a better practice to give it specific date ranges or data values or row lengths, to make sure the data you're getting is concise and is able to build this out in precise amount of time. So as you can see, it's generating it right on the fly, and it embeds, if you guys can see, it's embedding a lot of that, all of the data in the HTML. So good thing about this approach is that you can take that HTML and load it in NetSuite, and it renders and provides information very effectively. The um, the downside is that it is relying on data that's embedded in the HTML, so it's not as dynamic. And if you want to build it something that refreshes every day, or that has data coming in dynamically, then it requires some scripting, and we can help you there. But as you can see, it built out this dashboard. It queried the sales orders, the customers, order value, sales trends, customer concentration, top 10 customers, and it did all on its own, right? And I can also ask it which customers should I worry about, which customers are at risk of collection, or the overdue balances. Okay, so it's an uh, interactive insight into your ERP. You can have it build dashboards. You can query about the data. You can ask specific questions. You can say, okay, I see this customer. Can you give me more details? So, for example, is saying I have Abbott Inc. 732K in sales, 14K average order size. I have other customers that are there. I can have it calculate or build a customer specific dashboard just for one particular customer. Okay. So while it's doing that, let me also make a few other comments. So what you saw here with Claude and having that conversational AI, communicating with NetSuite, that's what's the future. That's what NetSuite Next is about. So NetSuite Next introduces Ask Oracle, which is a chatbot functionality embedded right into NetSuite. There's also AI Canvas, which is a collaborative workspace. Okay, so you can not just chat, you can do what if analysis, and it has agents built into the system where it will go and do the analysis for you and provide the results. And then you have agents that can work autonomously and do specific data crunching or operations or updates to the system, and then provide you a summary. Okay. I'll give you the little bit of a sneak peek. This is I was at Sweet World. This is some of the screenshots or actually the photos I took off of the session. This Evan Goldberg was presenting. This is their field field management uh, embedded with AI capabilities. So in this case, you have this Ask Oracle, the interface that's sitting on the right hand side, and there's specific questions that you can query to the interface, and then it would provide responses and also updates the view based on that. So it's context aware. It knows which form or which window it's on, and then it provides the responses based on that context. Okay, so this is the conversational AI piece I was talking about. You also have the canvas. So you have a more collaborative space where you can go and build things out, and it can go and create visualizations as well as do what if analysis for you directly in NetSuite. This is really the reason why NetSuite is saying, this is the most advanced set of capabilities that they have released, or the jumping capabilities that they have released in 27 years. Okay. Let's see how we are doing on Claude side. Okay, so it looked at the customers. It says 60-day overdue. Smith's the supplies at 47K in open balances. Grant Electronics 60K in open balances. Moderate risk, and then it also provides some recommendations, right? So it's doing it all on its own, right? It looks at the data. It knows what to evaluate and what are the parameters. I didn't even give it an aging report. It goes and finds the right aging buckets that might be needed to assess the risk, right?
So, Sam, we've only got a couple of minutes left for your presentation.
Okay,
Amazing, crazy what's going
last
on with
slide.
this stuff. Mind blowing. But a couple of the questions in the chat are revolving around security.
Yes.
Can you just kind of give us a pulse check around security? Like one thing that I know is that right now, neither ChatGPT or Claude or any of the interfaces are allowed to write to your NetSuite instance. Like that's a big security feature right there,
It is, but not for too long. They actually
right?
have capabilities already available, and I've seen on some accounts that it can write from Claude and from ChatGPT. You can create new records and you can update existing records.
Wow.
Where they make their difference is setting up these roles. So they, according to the MCP connection requirements, you need to make sure that whichever role you assign to AI connection has the proper permission set up in NetSuite because it uses these permissions. If you're going to give it a broad range of permissions, then it would have access to all those transactions and reports and lists. So if you want a more tied down version, then make sure the permission or the role you assign to the MCP connector is tied down. Okay, so it's controlled by permissions within NetSuite. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I mean, really, what are the security parameters for Claude to pass compliance? I think that pretty much sums it up, right? It's a role-based, um, system, and you can even set up a specific role just for it, right?
Right.
And completely lock it down to whatever areas of the platform that you want to leverage it with, right?
Right. Now, there's another concern that often comes up, which is, well, Claude is pulling all this data. Once the data is pulled from NetSuite, now it's in Claude.
Mm-hmm.
So the data that was in NetSuite was governed by the permissions in NetSuite. But once the data makes it to Claude, how is that data protected inside Claude?
Right. That could be proprietary customer data. That could be proprietary
Right.
financial data, our secret sauce, right?
Right. So within Claude, then you have your own teams and user permission that you can use to say which data, which generated dashboards or reports or chats are available to which users. You have options to create projects. You can set up specific projects with templated prompts. And again, those projects can have permissions on who has access to those projects. So there are set of permissions that you can include within Claude, or ChatGPT has the same to further tie down the data that was extracted out of NetSuite or other systems for your AI-based analysis.
And then I think last big concern around security is, okay, we've got all of those layers of personal accountability for the people on our teams and for the system to be able to, okay, but now that Claude is crunching our data, what assurances do we have that it's not being used in the larger ecosystem, right? Like, hey, Claude can go out into the web and go scrape my website for stuff. What can it scrape my ERP?
Okay, again, a very good question. So the simple response I have, and this is also coming from a technical side because I teach AI as well. Um, the large language model, for the most part, is pre-trained. That's why it's called GPT, Generative Pre-trained Transformer. So there's nothing from this data going into the large language model. However, the data that the Claude gets or ChatGPT gets, they use what we call retrieval augmented generation, RAG, to augment the analysis. So it would enhance your prompt with this additional data, and all that together is passed on to LLM to provide a response. The response is still coming from LLM, but LLM is not going to store your data internally into their model. It just uses that data for inferencing and generates a response. Now the question is, what about the retrieval augmented generation? Yes, there are vector databases that are going to take that data and generate and store a vector embedding from this data, and it you just have to make sure that the Claude and ChatGPT is not using that across across their multiple clients. My understanding is they don't. The retrieval augmented generation, the way it's designed, and the vector databases or vector embeddings, the way they are designed, they are isolated to the chat instance that you're working with. So that's my short answer. I don't know internally how what policies they have in place to make sure that this actually happens.
So, as one of our chat members put in there, is Claude using your NetSuite data to teach the model, right? Um, and
No.
it's kind of a yes, right? It's teaching the model how to answer questions, but it's not making your data available for answering those questions for other people outside of your organization, right?
Yeah. So again, we're getting into a little bit of more gray area. So as the way it runs, no, it's not teaching the model, but we have new ways of creating new models where Claude or ChatGPT might use the data to, for example, it's called model distillation, where it gets the data from a bigger model to a more precise, smaller model using some of these fine tuning and RAG based approaches to get to that precise model. Um, again, it's I don't have enough details to tell you whether they will or they won't use the data, but my understanding is that the data that Claude or ChatGPT extracts from NetSuite for computation analysis stays isolated and within those chats and within the vector embeddings behind those chats and not used in public.
Yeah, certainly an area for everybody to kind of keep an eye on these governances and how the different integrations and platforms are kind of allowed to use data or not allowed to use data. I think it's even more important than ever to read the opt-ins that we're and the fine print that we're signing. But this is just fascinating, and it's a fast-moving topic. I mean,
Like,
just 6 months ago,
Craig,
we weren't talking about this stuff.
let me give you one other comment, just in case. For example, I have Claude generate this high risk customers, right? So it got this open balance for Smith supplies. Now, that does not mean that any other NetSuite user or any user outside of this chat, if it goes and questions Claude saying, what's the open balance or spent supplies? That unless it's connected to this specific NetSuite instance, that Claude chat would not be able to get to this answer because this is specifically isolated for this chat,
Yeah,
right?
I
So
guess the question that people have is if you generally ask, does Smith's Supplies owe people money? Like, what would the answer be from the LLM, right, or the GPT? But I think these are topics that are for another time, and I think we can definitely dive deeper on security, some of these parameters. Um, this is almost like an unending well of topics, and I really appreciate the fact that you were kind of able to give us this 30,000-foot overview in the time allotted to you today. And I think everybody in the community looks forward to hearing
right.
more from you in the future.
There's and probably we'll have a more wider session on this, but um, for a lot of the development folks out there, there is full set of capabilities to auto generate suite scripts to generate workflows based on prompts, and that's actually also mind blowing, amazing capabilities that NetSuite is including in NetSuite Next.
Cool. Well,
Yeah.
thank you, Hussein. Really appreciate your insights here. And I think we can expect to see Hussein out on the NetSuite User Group Roadshow Trail next year, visiting a couple of different locations and giving us more insights on AI as we continue to navigate NetSuite Next in 2026. Moving on, it's my pleasure to introduce my friend Thomas Neal at Celigo. Hey, Tom.
Well, thanks for the introduction and giving me some time here. So once again, my name is Thomas Neal, and I'm actually the controller here at Celigo. So as you can imagine, I mean, I live in NetSuite on a daily basis. And Hussein's presentation is actually a really great segue to my topic. I, I mean, we've been playing around with the NetSuite MCP a lot. We were at Suite World as well, so heard a lot of that same stuff. But the way that I see it right now, the NetSuite MCP is a great way to use AI for sure. But I do feel that it's limited in many ways. And NetSuite agents and Ask Oracle are powerful, but they're also going to be very limited if all your data is not in NetSuite and you're not using all of the NetSuite modules. So Celigo, at least in the current state, Celigo can help solve a lot of these limitations. But first off, for anyone who hasn't met us, let me just kind of give an introduction to Celigo. So Celigo is not just another integration tool. We are the giant in the NetSuite ecosystem. Celigo has been NetSuite's largest partner for over a decade, with over 5,000 NetSuite customers. Most NetSuite customers leverage Celigo to integrate and automate processes between NetSuite and any other application within their tech stack. We've massively grown from our NetSuite roots to become one of the largest and most important iPaaS companies in the world, including being the #1 iPaaS on G2 for the last 2 straight years, and Gartner naming us as the only 2025 Gartner Customer Choice iPaaS or for iPaaS. So most platforms stop at building integrations, which is cute, but that's only half the job, as most of us know. The real pain is maintaining them. So Celigo specializes in reducing the integration development time by 70% with low code, no code tools, pre-built integrations, and AI assisted development. So really anyone can build fast without fighting the system. I personally build in Celigo. My team personally builds in Celigo. And where we really shine is going to be the ongoing management. We help empower non-technical users, once again, like myself, to manage their own integrations. We free up your senior developers' time so they can work on the more strategic, exciting projects, the stuff they really want to work on. And we're also able to auto-resolve about 95% of integration errors with AI-powered monitoring. And so overall, this is going to lower your cost of ownership by cutting down maintenance and troubleshooting. Bottom line, Celigo helps your business run smoothly while helping your teams keep their sanity. So as you can see, Celigo can seamlessly move data across your tech stack, but I want to focus on what I consider the more fun part, which is how Celigo can supercharge agentic AI. So my personal AI journey started about a year ago, and like most people, I thought using AI meant copying and pasting things into an LLM, like some sort of digital arts and crafts project. That's the right side of this slide, right? Siloed, limited, app-specific AI. Most big applications are building their own flavor of AI inside their platform, but that leaves a mountain of valuable data untouched. These AIs are rigid, they're getting very expensive, and they're opaque. You really don't know how they work or what the model behind them is, and you have no access to change anything to fit your systems and your processes. Meanwhile, I think we're all hearing the same thing, right? Leadership everywhere is telling us, adopt AI and make it magically save us money, right? So what we actually want is agentic AI, which is the left side of the slide. AI that's flexible, connected, and able to act across your entire tech stack. And that's exactly where Celigo can come in. We help you take AI from, some cool demos to measurable business results. So how do you build real operational agentic AI? It starts with data, and it needs to be all of your data. So as we mentioned, Celigo connects the systems that runs your business, whether it's your CPQ, your CRM, your ERP, NetSuite, e-commerce, support, analytics. So your AI isn't guessing based on one lonely data set. AI is only as smart as the information it can reach, right? And Celigo gives AI the full picture. Then we clean and enrich the structure of the data. Basically, we turn that messy drawer of business systems, maybe everyone has better business systems than me, but they can be a bit messy, into a neatly labeled container store. Finally, we put AI to work by embedding it into your daily operations. Some examples can be enriching CRM records, faster ticket resolutions, actionable customer insights, smoother sales processes, automated policy and pricing checks. This is what we mean by operationalizing AI, taking it out of pilot purgatory and baking it into real workflows that drive measurable results. Now, these are a lot of buzzwords. Let me show you a real example. This is an automated accounting workflow that me and my team built, and this used to take hours of manual effort. So one note here, because I've seen it kind of come up in the questions, right? In this example, and it doesn't quite say this on the slide, but I built this using ChatGPT, right? But Celigo is AI agnostic. So whatever LLM you use or your company is using, you can bring that and you can connect it through Celigo. So unfortunately, I'm sure that we all have customers with past due invoices. And yes, most of us probably already have automated reminder emails, most likely through the NetSuite Dunnings process. But let's be honest, after that third generic email reminder, those emails start sounding a lot like my gym asking me why I haven't been back lately, right? And let's be honest, they're going to be ignored. So eventually, someone has to jump in and do some real research. You have to look at the past email communications, for us, our customers' usage data, their support tickets, their payment history over the years of the relationship with us, right? That information lives across multiple systems, and it's time consuming, and frankly, no one's favorite part of the job to go find all of that information to figure out what we could do to help get a customer to pay. So with Celigo, we were able to automate that entire process. So here's what happens. AI first pulls the AR aging report from NetSuite to find which customers need the attention based on the AR aging, right? Then it summarizes a year of customer emails from Gmail, analyzes call notes from the sales team that live in Gong, reviews payment history and usage data, which lives in NetSuite, pulls a copy of the signed contract pulls a copy of the signed contract from Salesforce, pulls a copy of the open invoices and open sales order from NetSuite, and compiles any information across all Zendesk tickets that have been over the life of that contract. Based on all of that, it then generates a draft email that's tailored to that customer. Plus, it includes a complete summary of all the insights that it found, and it attaches all those documents, all things which the team might need to craft a better response or might need to include to try to help drive the payment. And the very best part about this is this all lives inside Gmail, where the team already works. Each specialist saves hours a day. They just go in, they review the draft email, they tweak it, and they send it. So this is a pretty complex workflow, and I chose this one specifically because it really shows the art of what's possible when you can truly connect your entire tech stack using AI. And when AI, data, and automation come through together through Celigo, you don't just adopt AI, you actually activate it across your entire business. So if you're trying to launch meaningful agentic AI across your tech stack, let's talk. Celigo's ready to be your co-pilot, your accelerator, and your secret weapon. And if you want to learn more about this, you can feel free to reach out to me directly. My email is simple. My first name, Thomas.Neal, last name @celigo.com. And I can help get you in touch with some of our amazing solution consultants.
Awesome. Thomas, thank you so much for that presentation. Um, Tom, it's kind of evident to me that AI is pervasive for us. And I think one of the really interesting things is like the more we hook in the different aspects, like I look at AR just in a bubble as almost a customer service division, right? Because you got to treat people properly. You're trying to pull this money in, you're trying to get paid on things, but it could go wrong, right? So by pulling in all of this context, right, of the past conversations, the customer relationships, and the cadence of emails that have gone back and forth, and the notifications, it just gives us more tools and a bigger picture to just treat that customer better and from a place of more knowledge. So I think that's just kind of the tip of the iceberg. Thank you for bringing that up as a really good example of how we can be leveraging these things to take the big data that we all have ourselves now. I mean, big data is not just the domain of enterprise level businesses anymore. We all have big data and we have to be able to interpret it. So thank you for kind of filling in another piece of that puzzle for us today. And if anybody needs the services of Celigo to help them enable that, you guys are available for them. All right, we're shifting over to a friend of mine from Dallas, board member on the All Texas NetSuite User Group board. I met Cyrus about a year and a half ago when we were swinging up the Austin NetSuite User Group, which then expanded out to Dallas and Houston, thanks to our wonderful board members. And impressive guy from a solution consulting perspective. Cyrus really knows what he's talking about in the NetSuite ecosystem and helps his clients on a daily basis to solve big picture problems. So he's here today to help lend his voice around saved searches. Fantastic Save Search Magic presentation coming up. And Cyrus, I'm going to hand screen control over to you. And thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks, Craig. Thanks, Craig. That was a very nice intro. I appreciate that very much. I love that old picture of me. I apologize. That is, yeah, many pounds ago and one child ago. So, but I appreciate everybody hopping on. Yeah, so today we're going to talk about safe searches, right? One of the kind of oldest tools that's in the any should be kind of in any NetSuite user, power user, administrator's toolkit, right? And so I used to, this is going to be kind of our agenda here that I'm just going to give you a brief little intro about me, and then we're going to kind of talk about the Safe Search overview and benefits of saving search, and then the benefits of a safe search, and then also setting up a safe search, and then we'll talk about some advanced tips, go into some examples, and then talk about automating safe searches and then auditing. And then just kind of validation and just kind of general good ideas to kind of keep in mind when you're creating a safe search. Then additional resources, and then we'll get into to QA here. So a little bit about me. Again, this is an older picture, so this is a but I used to set up accounting systems with my father back in 2005. It was QuickBooks at the time. I love the experience. I love my dad, but I never want to work with him again. It was just a learning experience. But then I got my master's in IT management in 2015 or so, and that's when I got first exposed to NetSuite. We had to actually sell it to a Dallas client. Then I became an implementation consultant for 2.5, 3 years. Then I was an internal administrator for about 3 years. And now I'm back into consulting again I've been at it for about 3 or 4 years. And so yeah, love the NetSuite space. Definitely a NetSuite nerd. I can't tell you how many happy dances I've done because I've figured something out, whether scripting or save search related. Because of yeah, sometimes I feel like NetSuite and I are in an eternal war, and it tries to bring me down, and I will not allow it. All right, now so that's a little bit about me. I'm kind of curious here if we just want to put it in the chat. I just kind of want to get a sense of what everybody's comfort level with saved searches are, right? One being what's a saved search? What are you saving here? Five being you have your wizard hat on saved searches. You can do everything that's to know. I just kind of want to get a sense of, yeah, one being you're brand new. Five, you are a safe search wizard. If you just want to put that in the chat, I just kind of want to get a sense of everybody. Okay, so three-ish. Oh, I like that, Kirsty. Maybe two. Definitely want to learn more. All right, so seeing a lot of twos, threes, 2 to 3. I'm hoping that yeah, 2 to 3. Probably not two minus three. That would be -1. So yeah, probably 2 to 3. Okay, cool, cool. Appreciate everybody answering that. So. Just kind of curious here. How often have you found yourself digging through endless data to find what you need, right? And this is something that I think happens whenever we first are introduced to safe searches because, they're when you first access the safe search page, it's not the most intuitive. I believe that with time it does get intuitive, but it definitely, if you kind of apply the wrong filters or if you add a particular column, it can definitely, all of a sudden get from one row to 1,000 rows, right? Yeah, that I just kind of want to to kind of rack your brain a little bit, try to think about all the times that you kind of have, we're trying to get something out of NetSuite, right? Because that's the point of the system, right? We load data into NetSuite and we want to get data out of it, right? So on that note, saved searches are one of the primary methods of data extraction in NetSuite, right? So because we're kind of at more 2 to 3s with the folks, so it sounds like most of us know what saved searches are. They can be run, on a one-time basis, or they could be, as the name suggests, they could be saved, right? Or they could be set up as an alert. Um, and totally agree, Shweta. Safe searches are amazing for Sweet scripts. But they can be really easily misconfigured. Like I was just saying, if you add one filter or you don't apply the right filters, not only can it go from one row to 1,000 rows, it can take 1 second to 1,000 seconds, right? Depending on how the filters are set up, you can really, just they basically make them render them useless, right? So my goal for this session is to just, sounds like a lot of you guys, have some tools, but maybe I can give you just one tool, maybe just one tool that you can add to your reporting toolbox. So benefits of a safe search are, whenever you run a safe search, you are effectively running, you're getting the data at the time that the search is run, right? So it's you're not looking at it at a point in time. I mean, you could set it up that way, but by default, you're kind of looking at the data at the time that you run the search. And you can really customize really a lot of different things, whether it's the formulas in the filter section or the columns, you can really get a lot out of the save searches. And you can set up alerts, email alerts really easily. And I think that you can kind of collaborate really well. So a lot of times, one kind of tip I have is setting a prefix based on department on the save search name, right? So that way, if the finance team, they can put all, FIN, right? And then that would be the prefix for all for the finance safe searches, right? Purchasing, PUR, right? Would be kind of the purchasing one. And and also the cross-functional, different teams can use them as well. Audit friendly, which we'll talk about here at the end. So let's talk about setting them up. When you first want to set up a safe search, there's different ways of going about it. This is kind of my way that I've always done it. I go to lists, search, list search, save searches, and then new. And then you're basically taken to a screen that has a ton of different record types, right? Um, I tend to find that most safe searches are usually with the transaction, or maybe like the item or potentially customer. Just with the transaction, that's kind of where like the bread and butter of most of the searches, right? So we're going to actually be walking through a transaction safe search, right? Because it's basically, when the word transaction is used, that's effectively every transaction, sales orders, purchase orders, vendor bills, return authorizations, journal entries, right? All of that, right? And so when we search that general transaction, when we set up a transaction safe search, that's kind of what we're searching for, right? Um, and so let's see. Whenever you actually click to create a safe search, you're really gonna. I think most of the time you're gonna be navigating between these two subtabs: criteria and results. So criteria is we're essentially we're adding filters to get to the data that we want, right? So that's why this beautiful funnel here is where you can think of each of these colors. I think that's Roy G. Biv. I think. You can think of those as an additional filter that we're adding to get the data we want. If you try to run a transaction search without any filters, NetSuite will likely yell at you because we're kind of pulling all the data, especially if you've been on NetSuite for a while, you're going to have a ton of volume there. So we're going to be, we want to add different filters like type equals sales order for sales orders, and so we're going to kind of talk through the different criteria, and then the results is what is going to be brought back from the search, was essentially what is going to be on the columns from the search. So on the criteria tab, you like in this particular case, we're adding a date filter, and so when you click date, this little secondary window pops up. You get a little a window that says, okay, we want to create a query that says give me all the transactions within, right? And then even you can have more kind of dynamic options. For example, if you were to key in here, you can do like a relative to the last 5 days, and anytime you run the search, it will automatically pull a dynamic previous 5 days or previous week or previous quarter, previous year, right? And that would then and that way you don't have to change the date every time if you're looking at maybe like last month's data. Um, but this window does change depending on what filter you use. So for example, you can see for date, we get a little from and to, and which this from and to is dependent on the date where you can do on or before, on or after. That's the kind of drop down that's there. But then if we select amount here, we get a different screen here. And that basically that drop down would say, greater than or equal to, less than. And so then we would effectively be filtering on when a particular transaction amount is greater than whatever value we put into this field here. And that's kind of one window too. And then another one is going to be account type, right? So, or this is where we're kind of essentially whatever we select here, we get a list of the available options. So in this particular example, I picked account type. But if you just were to put maybe type, which would effectively be transaction type, we would see type what would it be? I'm trying to think of all of them in order. Bill, credit memo. Is there a D? I don't think there's a D. But you would basically see the different transaction types in this particular this kind of drop down And you can, in this particular drop-down kind of menu option, and you can hold control, or I think it's command on Mac. I'm not quite sure. I'm not a Apple person. But then you can select multiple types. So that's the criteria part. On the results, again, NetSuite has its own kind of default results that I feel like, I mean, most folks probably know that those are never the ones you want to like keep stay with. But results, whenever you run this report, the results will go from top to bottom, left to right. So in this particular case, order type would be at the far left. Mainline or that star would be second, and date would be the third column, and so on. So let's talk a little bit about mainline on the transactions. This is it takes a little bit of getting used to. Whenever we're looking at we're querying the transactions or we're creating a safe search on transactions, there's a concept of mainline. Mainline, the way to kind of think about it is that when we add a filter of mainline equals true, we're going to bring in the header level information. And really, how that affects the results is that we will get one transaction per line. Basically meaning that if we're not going to get the itemized results. So if it's mainline equals true, and this is our data set right here, and we bring an item, we will not be we're not going to necessarily get to here, let me see right here. We're not going to necessarily, let's see if I can book out this laser pointer here. Where you see here that the item is going to be blank, right? Because the items don't live on the header, right? The items live at the line level. So, and that's what would happen if the mainline was true. Versus if we do mainline equals false, then now we get the sales order getting, whereas previously the sales order 1, 2, 3 only had one line, or actually, sorry, in sales order in mainline equals false, it only has one line too. But better example is sales order 7, 8, 9, right? Where we get all the different items and the different amounts for those specific items. And then you'll also notice that the amount column is dynamic. In other words, when we do mainline equals true, the amount column will give us the total for that transaction versus on mainline equals false, we will get the item amount for each of for each of those items. But it's the same column. We don't have to bring in a separate column for line amount or total amount, right? It's there are separate fields for that, but the one that just says amount will dynamically update to the total amount or line level. Now let's talk about these. I like to call them, these are ... fields. That's not really what they're known as. They're really the kind of like join fields. And so these I call them ... dots just because they have ... at the end of them. And but you'll notice them on both the criteria and the results tab. And they're going to be whenever, like at the very end of the alphabet, it kind of resets. You kind of see here that we have W, 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 and then it resets to A with these ... fields, right? This is essentially where we're going to do kind of a join field. And so this is especially helpful if there's a data point that we're trying to either filter on or bring in that doesn't live on the transaction itself, right? So for example, let's say that there is, we want to bring in the customer's overdue balance. Now that doesn't live on the transaction, right? A sales order is cut for that customer. The overdue balance doesn't live or doesn't natively live on on that sales order. It lives on the customer record. So what we would do is we would go down and we would find the customer fields ... And when we click that, another window opens, and now we have access to these fields all live on the customer record. They do not live on the transactions, right? These fields are all on the customer record. So then we can then filter very easily. In this case, this is under the criteria subtab, so we would be filtering on the overdue balance. But we could also, on the results tab, go to customer ... and then bring in the overdue balance. So that's the ... feelings. And by the way, if anybody has any questions, comments, feel free to just chime in here. I'm trying to do my best to kind of keep a look on the chat here. So now we're going to go into some advanced tips, right? What I just went through was pretty like the kind of the basics, right? These are going to be a little bit more on the advanced side, I would say. We're going to talk about formula filters and also column groupings, and then formulaic aggregations, and then I'm going to have examples for both. So on the formula filters part, if anybody here deals with kind of inventory or has physical goods, or they keep track of inventory data in NetSuite, whenever we're trying to query sales orders, it's challenging sometimes to pull the inventory data that's associated with that item, right? Because whenever NetSuite stores the inventory for a particular item, it stores it as item A has inventory, has 5 on hand for inventory location 1, and then inventory location 2, it has 7, right? And so if we try to do the join fields of on the transaction from to pull in the item inventory levels, what we get is kind of a mess here, right? So this is an example of where we're trying to get item ID A, right? Item ID A from the sales order record, right? And we're trying to pull in the on order, which is the how much is on an open purchase order or transfer order. And the transaction location is New York, but we're pulling in the on order for New York and then San Francisco. And so this is kind of a classic scenario where we have one transaction line, but because of a join, because of a ... field, we now have multiple lines, right? So how do we kind of solve for this, right? So in this particular case, we want to see where the data is similar, right? In this particular case, we can see, okay, the transaction location is the same as the item location. If we bring those two to kind of marry each other, we can effectively get rid of the duplicate lines. So that's what this formula does, right? Where we are basically saying, hey, when the item inventory location, which is where we get the on order from, matches the location ID, then return 1, which then we add that as a filter to say only return when these lines evaluate to 1, right? So we basically go from this, where this one line is duplicated, to this, where we get essentially one line per transaction line, and then we get the on order that's associated with the transaction location. But this mechanic here can be used anytime that there are multiple there's a lot of different data that's kind of being brought in from like a join field. So that's kind of the formula filters, that this case when, then 1, else 0. That is a really, really powerful way to kind of deal with challenges like this. Okay, column grouping. So even though all the transactions live under a transaction table, we don't necessarily want to see the data that way, right? Um, an example would be, we want to see, for example, the open payments, the open invoices, and open sales orders, but we don't necessarily want, you know, we don't necessarily care about the individual transactions. We want to kind of see it at an aggregate. This one customer has this much in total for open payments, this much for open invoice. This is for open sales orders, and then the combined total, right? We want one line. We don't want, just that the overly detailed data, right? But we can't necessarily just use the standard summary because the standard summary, if we try to sum amount, it's going to sum everything, right? If we try to group the customer and then sum amount and then bring in all these different transactions, it's going to give us everything. It's going to give us just number four here. So what we do is we basically have different formulas. This would be under the results, right? Where we would say case when, which if anybody's familiar with Excel, that's basically an if, right? An if statement or just programming in general. If type, the transaction type. And then what I'm doing here is I'm doing in. So that's a way to kind of evaluate to tell the save search that we want to have multiple values, right? So case when type is payment or credit memo, then amount remaining. And then we put that in one column. And then second column is open invoices case, and we don't necessarily have to do it like this case when type in, even though because it's only one value. But this case when type in invoice, that would only give us the total for the invoices, and that would be a separate column. Third column, open sales orders, would kind of do the same thing. And you also notice that we're actually able to pull in different values because for the sales orders, this particular client wanted the amount unbilled, which is effectively the uninvoiced amount for the sales orders. And that's kind of what we did with the with all of these separate columns. And then in the combined total, it was basically the same thing, but then we just subtracted whenever we subtracted the open payments, which as you can see here with the negative amount. So with each of these columns, we're basically getting a separate kind of uh, total per transaction type. So that's kind of the formulaic aggregations there. Okay, so this is where we are doing formulaic aggregations, right? So, for example, this would be where we are creating formulas for something that we're summing up or that we're averaging out. So in this particular case, if we wanted to calculate the average transaction value, right? So we would basically sum up the total of all transactions and divide them by the individual number of transactions, right? So the formula would be something like this, where we would basically wrap the amount. This would be under the results. We would wrap the amount in a sum the sum parentheses, and divide by counts, internal ID. I actually think this would probably error out. We probably need to wrap this in a null if, because NetSuite doesn't like when you try to divide by null value. But the key point that I'm communicating with this slide is that we're able to create formulas that are based on the sums or the counts or the averages or the mins or the maximums of other values, right? This is kind of like a straightforward example of where we're taking just the sum of an amount and dividing it by the count, but it can get vastly more complex. Yeah, so that's the formulaic aggregations. All right, now let's move on to automations. So this is something that has been, basically completely necessary for my clients with a lot of volume, right? There's this there's a way to trigger searches asynchronously, which is what's you'll see it here is known as persist results. Essentially what that if folks here are used to running safe searches in the UI, you'll know that you can only run one at a time. And if you happen to look at the list of journal entries, for example, it'll error out that one. So then you'll lose all of the time that it took to process, and which is I make this joke sometimes that if I sometimes with NetSuite, if I wasn't Persian, I would be bald because I pulled my hair out so many times for for things like this. But what this persist CSV does is that you effectively trigger it to run in the background, right? So I mean, I think I've run like maybe 15 searches at a time, and the timeout threshold is lower on whenever you trigger a search this way versus when you trigger a search in the UI, right? So the persist CSV, when you trigger searches asynchronously, is really helpful to trigger lots of searches at the same time. And then also, if there's searches that just take a long time and you don't want to sit around for it, right? Now, it's a little unfortunate, but NetSuite doesn't tell you when the searches are done. There is a specific page that you go to. I always recommend to my clients to set that as a shortcut. And this is kind of also what I always recommend is where we create a search of safe searches and include this column, persist results, which then you can just basically you navigate to your home dashboard and then you're able to persist it right there and then trigger it in the background. All right, so that's how you persist. Oh yeah, and this is a search of safe searches that I always love that inception because when you create it, it says like save search I think, and so you set that search to the custom search portlet, and then you're able to see all of your searches here. And this is where having that prefix of like fin is really helpful because you can say, hey, bring me all of fin. I'm part of the finance team. I want to make a search of the finance safe searches and put them on my dashboard. And then I can persist them in the background. Yeah. So that's the automation piece. And then also, the other one is automated emails, right? It's basically kind of two types of emails. One, you can have it updated you can get emailed and alerted at the time of data entry or when certain thresholds or criteria are met, right? So an example of this would be, hey, if an order for this customer gets created that's over this particular amount, I want to be alerted immediately, right? Or if there's a particular any kind of criteria that we want to set, we would set in the criteria for when we want to get alerted for that, and then set this up to send email alerts when records are created or updated. And then as soon as that particular record matches the criteria that we set up, we would get emailed. And then there's the schedule one. This one's a little bit more straightforward. Basically, you can set it up to daily, weekly, monthly, and this is for this is especially helpful when you use the dynamic date filter that I was talking about. So like what we have like something I just set up for a client the other day was a daily picked report. So we get all of the pick data of and then also daily ship report. The particular search looks like a dynamic yesterday, and it will then aggregate the data and then send automatically daily. And so that's the kind of scheduled piece there. And then let's talk about audits. It's such a fun topic. So this audit trail is on every saved search that's actually been saved in the system. This will tell you all of the different changes that were made to the saved search. So this way, if somebody, particularly somebody with admin access, they edit the saved search, you're able to kind of see exactly the changes that were made to the Save Search. And if you click on the formula, for example, you would see the old formula and the new formula that it was changed to, and also what's been deleted, what's been created, and so on. And then for the actual execution of it, you can actually see the when a particular report has been run. I want to say too, whenever a report is scheduled, you'll see that you would see that on the execution log. And so and then also depending on how the integration and or script is set up, you should see that as well. It would say system. If it was a script. And so that's the audit piece. Wrapping up, almost done here. On the validation, there's just two kind of tips that I have for safe searches. I always think it's a good idea to mark your end goal, particularly when it comes to data that we want to tie to the general ledger. So, for example, for this one, if I'm trying to get a balance as of a specific day, I will roll. I'll do a summary on account, and then I'll sum the amount, and then I'll maybe run an income statement, run a balance sheet, and make sure those two tie, and then I can then add whatever results that I need, and of course additional validation too. But I think that first step is kind of that's the way that you're pulling in the right information. It's to kind of look at it at an aggregate first, and then add details. And then trial and error, right? Again, this is I learned this with the few clients that had very, very large volumes. Whenever I was trying to run a safe search, it's trying to run it for a month would take a long time sometimes, and then I would be wrong, right? I would be wrong initially, which was terrible. And so what I like to do is I like to have like maybe a date of, hey, let me look at just the data for yesterday, or just look at the data for this one item, or even this one transaction, and set the internal ID or set the item. Just look at this one subset of data, and then you can kind of run the search much quicker, and you're able to validate, okay, hey, this is what the search is doing. This is what I can this is what I can this is how I can format the data, and then expand it to maybe a month or a week, and then see what the data looks like there, to see if you have any kind of edge cases. So just the idea of because there's nothing worse. I mean, there might be some worse things in the world, but this one's up there of like you have this beautiful formula that you worked so hard on, and then only to you get that terrible error that like something with the formula, right? That's not super helpful. Okay, so that's the validation part. And additional resources, Slack. I think that's hopefully everybody here is part of that Slack. And there is a Reddit, believe it or not, for NetSuite. A lot of heated conversations go on. I try not to get involved, but sometimes I can't help myself. And then Sweet Answers can be helpful. But and then one additional one, I would say Claude probably can be helpful when it comes to troubleshooting safe search formulas, particularly because ultimately those formulas are based in SQL, and so there's a lot of overlap there. Not 100%, but enough for those for Claude, ChatGPT, or Perplexity, whatever LLM. It can definitely help. It definitely help. But of course, always validate. All right. And now the Q&A. If anybody has any, yeah, because I can definitely make anybody, I can basically make everybody here earless with how much I can talk your ear off about safe searches. I used to be the when I was an implementation consultant, I would teach the new consultants how to do safe searches. So super familiar with it. So if anybody has any questions, happy to address those. But if not, here's just my number and my email address. If you wanna chat sometime, or I mean, I'm passionate about this stuff. I just genuinely like it. I like challenges, like I said. NetSuite and I are in an internal war, and I refuse to let him win. I don't know why he's a man, but he is to me. And so yeah, thank you guys for listening. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Cyrus, as always, thank you so much. Welcome back. After taking a little time off to be a new father, we really appreciate you diving back in and hope everything's going great with the fam.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I do love being a dad. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, thank you, Craig. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Awesome. Cool. Well, we're moving along in our agenda today. We're actually like making good time for a change. I don't know. We usually run a little bit behind, but we're making really good time today. Next up, I have got Jack Clark from Avid Exchange to come talk to us a little bit about their solution. Jack, welcome to the Q4 NetSuite User Group Virtual Summit.
Yeah, thank you, Craig, and thanks everyone for spending the time here today. I know there's a lot of items on the agenda, and some of them are deeper dives, and some of them are highlights and kind of spotlights on how different solutions work. So I'm going to share a little bit about Avid Exchange with you in the next few minutes, and then we'll feel free to take questions if you have an interest in learning more when you wrap up today's session. So um, I'm just going to cover a little bit about kind of who we are and what we do, and share a little bit about how we work with NetSuite. So Avid Exchange is an AP automation solution. Many of you may have heard of us or seen us at SuiteWorld. We've been a long-standing partner with NetSuite for over 15 years now as an embedded solution. My name is Jack Clark. I'm an account executive on the team. I work specifically with our NetSuite customer base, have been in the NetSuite channel for about 8 to 9 years now. So hopefully I'm not dating myself there. But one of the things that really makes Avid Exchange unique is our embedded experience, especially for processing payments. So when customers think about AP, some customers are looking at automating the invoice capture and approval workflows, or invoice and PO matching, as well as the payment side of the process. So Avid Exchange really focuses on the entire end-to-end AP process, where we can help with offloading payments, especially when you might be a newer NetSuite customer and you're getting ready to go live and you still have a mix of check payments, ACH payments, card related payments. We can help streamline that process into a single environment. We have a lot of customers in different industries. About 600 and change of those are running NetSuite. So we do work with a lot of ERPs, and we have customers that migrate to NetSuite from all sorts of accounting systems and stick with Avid Exchange when they do so. The key thing I'll point out here is the supplier network, and we'll talk a little bit about that here in a moment, where over the years of helping customers automate their AP process, Avid Exchange has accumulated a network of over 1.3 million suppliers. What that means for you is that if you're processing payments through Avid Exchange, the likelihood is that at least a quarter of your suppliers are already receiving payments from other customers through our payment network, and you don't have to do any additional onboarding to get those suppliers converted from a manual check payment to an electronic method of payment. So the network continues to grow as we bring on new customers in different geographic locations, different industries, and really helps to accelerate the conversion from check to electronic payment processing. So when you think about Avid Exchange, one of the things that differentiates us amongst all the various different payable solutions in the NetSuite ecosystem is we meet at the ERP, and we use NetSuite as the system of record. So you don't have to have everyone that needs to be involved in approving invoices or reviewing or coding invoices inside of your NetSuite instance. You can extend this to folks that wouldn't normally have access to the financial system, but also all of that data is going to sync over into NetSuite. And through our Suite app, you'll have the ability to easily reference the invoice approval and a copy of the invoice that gets embedded once the bill is approved and posted to NetSuite. You're also going to be able to initiate your payment process out of the accounting system. So things like being able to select payments across a variety of subsidiaries and different checkbooks and bank accounts. We're bank agnostic, so you can use any of your existing bank relationships. You don't have to make any changes there. If you want to really automate everything that occurs after the payment's gone through your approval process. And what we do is for every batch of payments that you approve and send through AvidPay, we're cross-referencing the suppliers in that batch against that payment network I mentioned. So we're determining who we're already delivering payments to and already have all the mechanics of how we deliver the payment information, how we deliver remittance advice, and then we help to enroll suppliers by going through a continuous enrollment process where we contact suppliers that would typically be receiving checks because maybe you haven't had the time to go out and collect banking information to get them set up for ACH, or they've requested to have payments processed by card, but maybe there's a lot of steps involved in paying with a corporate card program. So we enroll the suppliers into their preferred method of electronic payment. We also can help with any of the suppliers that you may already pay via ACH. So you don't have to have different batches for checks, for Nacha files that you upload to your bank, for payments that are processed through a corporate card program. Everything can be approved in one single process, and then we'll determine how we're paying that supplier based on their preferences. So this is where AvidXchange really helps to extend the legwork that goes into delivering payments. And what that does for the accounting team is frees up the time that's usually spent on all that downstream activity, whether it's generating positive pay reporting, uploading files to your bank, having to chase down and track any of the stale checks or unclaimed property that you need to report on and manage the achievement process. All of that goes away where you're simply approving the payments. AvidXchange is debiting your existing checkbook, and then we're facilitating the payments and taking on all of the additional action items downstream. So customers can start with the invoice side of the process. It's also not an all or nothing proposition. So you can implement just the payment side or just the invoice side of our capture process. And where we differentiate from the out of the box NetSuite functionality is just in the ability to capture line item details and do AI-based PO matching, as well as extending the visibility outside of the financial system to your extended user community, whether you have department heads or you have a lot of different people in locations or working remotely who need visibility to approve things that are coming through AP. So we'd be happy to share more with you if you're interested. Please let the BSP team know if you'd like to take a deeper dive into AvidXchange. The one thing that I'll mention is that we talked about technology plus people, and as you look at AP solutions and the marketplace, we have the highest accuracy rate on our invoice capture, and that's because we combine technology with services. So we've trained our capture engine on 25 years worth of customer invoice activity. So we know from a capture standpoint what all of the necessary fields are, what the data is that should be in those fields, how that's going to be matched up to your vendor master in NetSuite without you having to create templates. And then anytime we have invoices that come in that fall below a 99% accuracy rate, we have a quality control layer where we have an indexing team that fills in the details, and the system learns from those changes and captures that information electronically going forward. So you'll always be increasing efficiency from day one on without having to do any additional legwork. AvidXchange provides a full service solution to help you really streamline AP from beginning to end. So I know this was a short introduction as kind of a quick commercial break here, but as folks have questions or want to learn more, definitely feel free to reach out to the team, and you'll have our contact information if there's any additional details you'd like to understand, or if you'd like to walk through the solution in a quick demo, we can do that one-on-one.
Great, Jack. Thanks so much. AvidXchange has been a constant supporter of the NetSuite user groups for some time across all the different regions, not just the ones run by BSP. So thank you guys for your participation as always, and for helping us build this community. Great solution, another built for NetSuite ecosystem solution that's available to the ecosystem. So thanks again.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a quick game break. Today for our game, we're focused in on search prefixes. Okay, there we go. So We're going to run through this pretty quick. I want everybody to identify the chat. This is where we're going to be popping our answers. So each slide is going to show a NetSuite global search prefix. You can pop a comment in the chat to type what it returns. So if we put this prefix in, what is it returning for us? And we will reveal the answer pretty quickly as we go through these. And just a tip in NetSuite, type a prefix plus colon to jump directly to that record type. All right, first one's up. What is this prefix search for? CU colon. All right, quick to the draw. Amy, first to the draw with customer. Oleg, Shweta. Everybody's saying customer. Well, you are right. It is customers. I think we've got some users here who know their prefixes. Next up, what does this one stand for? SO. Shweta is competing with Amy. Very quick to the draw, both of them, with the answer of sales order. What do we got? We got a clicker that won't work. We are right. Sales orders. All right, what's going to be the next one here? How about this prefix? IN. Oh, whoa, look at that chat blow up. Invoice. All right, who do I call out? Shweta again. First to the draw, Marion, right behind Rick, right behind that. Very good, everybody. Invoice. How about this one? PO. Purchase order coming in across the chat. All right, I think this one is too easy for these NetSuite experts we have in our audience today. How about this prefix, EMP? I think people have copies of this deck and are looking at it on their own because I didn't even have a chance to flip the, and we got answers. EMP is employee. Crazy. Everybody's quick on the trigger here. How about this prefix, SS? Good old save searches. We just had a really excellent conversation about that, didn't we? Excellent, excellent. All right. One more for us today. One more. Here we go. REP. Oh, Amy points out that you can use SEA, and that is true. So save searches can be found two different ways. REP, REP. Oh, Nicole, I think we got an incorrect answer. Not sales rep. These are reports. We got some savvy NetSuite navigators. Thanks for playing, everybody. Awesome. Appreciate it. I hope that NetSuite trivia, I think we got to up our game next time. We'll work on that. Before we move on to our next presentation, let's take a few minutes to learn about Brex. And we've got Mike from Brex on the line with us today. Hey, Mike, how's it going?
Good, Craig. How are you?
Cool. Well, I'm going to hand the screen over to you, and you can take us through some information about your organization, Brex.
So, hi, everyone. My name's Mike Durska, and I run partnerships over here at Brex. One of the partnerships being NetSuite and BSP. So, really excited to be here, and thanks BSP for allowing me to talk to all of you. So, a little bit about Brex. We are the leading platform for smart card and travel and expense software. Currently, we have over 30,000 active customers with a yearly transaction value of over 20 billion. We have a unified platform for travel and expense software, card, and then reimbursements. And one of the big things that separates us from a lot of others out there is the global capabilities. So if you have multiple entities in the US and overseas, that is definitely something that we can meet your needs on, and would love to talk more about that if that's something you're looking to solve. When it comes to scalability, we service startup companies, so your mom and pop hardware store, all the way up to enterprise companies. So you can see on the right-hand side of the screen some of the enterprise logos, SeatGeek, TikTok, and Indeed, just to name a few. We also have an API native integration with NetSuite. So that's going to automate and delete all that busy work when it comes to closing the books and give you some real-time data when it comes to your travel and expense and smart card charges. And then finally, taking that mobile capability and increasing compliance for your employees out there and building those directly into the smart card controls, making sure they stay compliant in what's important for your company. Next slide, Craig, please. So our solution at a glance, again, global capabilities. Right now, we're in over 150 countries that accept Brex and MasterCard. We are built on the MasterCard rails, so that's why I mentioned MasterCard. And then we also have 50 countries that we can issue local currency cards into. And why that's important is because that will allow us to eliminate those FX fees or foreign transaction fees, where we might be more familiar on, because we can issue those local currency cards. When it comes to the expense management, we actually take a different approach from your typical expense reports, and we like to have what we call real-time budgets. So say Larry is going to go on a trip. He would receive or request a $3,000 budget from his manager. And as he goes out on that trip, say we're going to San Francisco, as he incurs those expenses and as he slides the Brex corporate card, that would automatically start to deduct from that budget. So that would give visibility into his manager on what he's sliding his card on. And it's also going to give Larry the ability to see how much budget he has remaining on his trip and give him the ability to request more budget if he needs. Along with that, he's going to have some really cool AI automation functionality. One being the ability to pull attendees directly off of his calendar invite into that particular expense item. Also, automate a memo for him based on that calendar invite. And then, probably one of the coolest things, it's auto populate and generate an IRS compliant receipt because we're built on the MasterCard rails. So, no longer having to take a picture of that receipt, store it in your wallet, and hopefully not lose it before you get home. Then when it comes to the payments, the best in class corporate card when it comes to controls and really speaking to the compliance piece of things and whatever is important for your company, we're able to put those controls in and allow it not to happen before they slide the card. And then finally, reimbursements. We do have a reimbursement experience for employees and non-employees for any of those expenses that fall outside of the corporate card. Next slide, please, Craig. So then bringing it all together, obviously Brex and NetSuite, we have that native NetSuite integration that's going to eliminate the need for the manual journal entry or the flat file exports. That's going to allow the accounting team to review and export those expenses. The accounting master data flows from NetSuite to Brex to support that accurate coding. And then the really big thing is Brex automatically creates NetSuite journal entries or credit card posting types. It's a really cool API native integration that we have within NetSuite. So to wrap things up, if you are looking for a different corporate card or looking for a better rebate or possibly a higher limit, I would love to talk to you about more and how we might be a fit for that. If you're looking for a better T&E software and looking to see what else might be out there, I would love to talk to you about that as well. And if you're looking to pay your vendors a little bit better or differently, coming up instead of check or ACH and wire and want to explore putting that on virtual card, I would love to entertain that message as well. So, Craig and Christina, thanks for having me. And if there's any questions and I have time, I'll take them now.
Yeah, awesome. Another amazing built for NetSuite ecosystem. product from Brex, big company, multi-billion-dollar publicly traded company, as are some of our other built for NetSuite ecosystem providers. These are strong solutions from strong companies. Was just on a meeting with Mike earlier today, funny enough, and that automated journal entry thing was a very welcome reception. Makes a lot of CFOs happy.
Yes.
To see that happening. So.
Normally get a smile on that one.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Brex, for your support. Again, as always, a big supporter of the NetSuite User Group's in-person events and virtual event. Thank you for everything that you do with us as well.
Absolutely. Thanks, Craig. Thanks, Christina.
All right. Moving along. Quick little GameStop. And just a note, we did have to shuffle our schedule today. So normally we don't do a couple of these breaks and sponsorships back to back, but we did today. Apologies for that, but we're going to work through that. And we're getting to our next session with Lauren Polsek in just a few minutes. I'm excited for that session. But let's do a quick Would You Rather NetSuite edition. Use that chat to indicate your choices here. Now, so here's a big question. Would you rather clean up 500 unused custom fields in NetSuite or rebuild a workflow that you didn't create? Ooh, both of those sound kind of like a little bit of NetSuite pain. My chat is hidden. Oh, there we go. Now I see my chat. We're getting answers there. It's a little evenly split between 1 and 2. All right, here's another scenario. Everybody out there, would you rather have full admin access in NetSuite for a day or unlimited sandbox refreshes for a week? Answer 1 or answer 2? Lauren, our next presenter, said, duh, number 1. Seems like heaven to have full reign of the NetSuite system. Would you rather, number 2 would be a nightmare, yeah, would you rather get a magical undo button or make pages load twice as fast? Ooh. That's a tough one to put on the scale. We're getting mixed results too. Seems like our audience is leaning towards option number 2, making those pages load twice as fast. How about this one? Oh, painful. Debug a Suite script you didn't write or edit an 8-stage workflow. Ooh, neither. Glenn's got the right idea. I don't want to do any of that stuff. Christina wants to edit a workflow. Be my guest. All right. Would you rather build a report from scratch or redesign a broken KPI dashboard? There's a big consensus on this one. It seems like the report. Let's not touch that broken KPI dashboard. All right. Would you rather fix a text error in a formula or fix a join that mysteriously broke? Yeah, text error formula sounds like. Oleg said option 3, please. Lauren said I'd just call Cyrus. It's a great answer. Would you rather have NetSuite add a dark mode? Ooh, never thought about that. I like that. Or have NetSuite add tabs that don't refresh when switching pages? Interesting. Some UX UI questions here. Dark mode. Dark mode seems to be the winner. I love dark mode myself. All right, we're getting to the end here. Would you rather enter 50 journals manually or troubleshoot an approval that just won't trigger? Oh, here we go. Back and forth again. Both sides. Oh, it seems like the approval is winning out on this one. 50 manual journal entries or an approval that won't trigger. All right, last one, team. Oh, Penny, thanks for that. Would you rather reconcile 1 year of one bank account or fix multi-currency rounding? Not my department. That's all I'll say, thankfully. I would not like to do either one of those things. All right, everybody. Thanks for playing. our little break again. One more speaker sponsor spotlight we are going to do before we move into our much anticipated integration presentation from Lauren Polasek. Ben Parker from Gatekeeper is here to join us and tell us all about their solution. Welcome, Ben. Screen share on me or on you? How would you like to run this?
Craig, I'll go ahead and share my screen if that's okay.
Excellent. I'm going to stop mine and hand it over to you, sir.
So I just put in the chat for everybody a link to this presentation because there's a couple extra slides. I know Christina was probably just like, what are you doing? You're killing me, Ben, putting so much information. But I promise this is going to be a high level overview and I'll stay within my 5 minute time limit. Luckily, this is a virtual presentation because we got about 9 inches of snow last night. So I would not be here right now if I had to travel by plane. So exciting to be here. Obviously, these are always great events, and it's always great to hear what's going on in the NetSuite ecosystem. And I think, Craig, if I'm not mistaken, I believe in the keynotes Suite World event, he announced that black mode or dark mode is available or it's coming out SAP, right around the corner if it's not out there already. So that's good news for everybody.
Did not go unnoticed. I like to play to our audience, but yes, I think that is coming out sometime real soon. So.
Great. All right, let me share my screen. Hopefully you don't see my Christmas Amazon list that I'm growing for my kids, and it's my presentation for today.
Unfortunately, it's not the Amazon list.
Well, it's just Cole and stockings for Cole. Well, great. Quick, obviously, one of my biggest things is to kind of announce who Gatekeeper is, what we do, and it's mostly almost an education that there's a solution out there. I used to be in the AP automation space, in the expense management space, in the NetSuite ecosystem for the last 12 years, and there's a lot of players. Everybody knows that what those providers do, and there's a lot of different solutions you can and go to. In the contract management space, it's not that easy. It's one of those things where people are just learning what VCLM is, vendor and contract management. Sweet World for us is always a great event. This year was even better. And it's more of just an education, letting people know that there's a solution that does everything for you, and we're a complement to NetSuite. We're built right into NetSuite for you, but we don't have user licenses. So you actually, for anybody that doesn't have a NetSuite license within your organization, you can still use Gatekeeper as well. So what is contract lifecycle management? Of course, they made it as long as they possibly could. I stole this from the marketing team just because I thought it would be good just to kind of plant the seed of what this. Everybody knows what contract management is. You have your repository for all your contracts, but what's the rest of it, and why does it continue to go in a life cycle of a constant wheel? And here's just a quick snapshot of that. All the different pieces of generating contracts, negotiating contracts, and so on. And the same thing goes on the vendor side. And this is what makes Gatekeeper a little bit unique because there's folks that do one or the other. Maybe you use Ironclad or maybe you use Coupa, whatever it is, but they're only doing one side of the equation. And Gatekeeper does it all. Plus, we add a third layer of it where we're doing your risk management on top of that. So your vendor risk management, which is pretty unique in our space. So a couple quick things, and again, I'm not going to go through all of this. I know we don't have a lot of time. I just wanted to touch upon a few things here. Obviously, when we're working with NetSuite, any solution in the SDN network, any solution that partners with NetSuite, you're filling a gap. You're an add-on complementary product, and that's what Gatekeeper is. We make your NetSuite experience even that much better. And along with our other partners. Obviously, we have partners today like Mike, and we're working with them. So the whole experience is better for the customer, the NetSuite customer, and that's what we strive for. A couple things here, you can see some of those challenges, some of those gaps, and this is right from our customers. And this is how we design our product. We talk to our customers, we talk to our NetSuite customers, and we say, hey, what can we do to make that experience better? What are you missing? What are the gaps? And you can kind of see those right here. And then obviously what they want, big for us, we constantly are evaluating, anytime we have a conversation with a NetSuite customer, what are they looking for? What features, functionality, what other products that they're using that integrate with NetSuite that we should consider a touch point as well. And we focus on that to fill in those gaps and make it that user experience that much better. The biggest thing is obviously anytime somebody has anything to do with risk or audits, that's what we focus on, because that really the ROI for a customer when they look at the cost of gatekeeper and they look at the cost of missing an audit or failing an audit or whatever that may be, or fraudulent vendors, whatever that may be, it pays for itself in the first quarter. And then the missing layer, this is a good one for you to take away, and I urge everybody to take that link that I put in the chat because I think this is a good one. This is where, when I was at Sweet World this year, it was interesting. People would come to us and say, okay, so I can do some of this in NetSuite. So why do I need it? It's included in my price. Why would I need an additional tool? And this really spells out those additional things that you get, some of the features and benefits of having a full-blown, vendor lifecycle contract management solution all built right in. It's pretty exciting, and it saves companies a lot of money. We can fit any size organization, so it doesn't matter if you're, at large, 5,000, 10,000 person company, or you're a 25-person company. We can fit any industry, any size organization. And then obviously just touching upon obviously the full value. And this is the big thing. We actually go to a lot of the NetSuite offices, and a lot of this information was actually built and designed just for the NetSuite, solution consultants, the AEs, and the account managers, because they're always looking for solutions to solve problems for their customers and their prospects. And so we're always trying to educate them on the gaps in what we do. And obviously, this obviously spells out some of that, and obviously I encourage you to look into that. There's a couple other pages here that I'm not going to go into, just in effort to stay on time for everybody. But please feel free to reach out to me. It's a little tricky because it's not gatekeeper.com, it's gatekeeperhq.com. And there's a big difference because there is a gatekeeper.com, and that's actually another tech company. I think it's a security company, or I forget what it does, but not NetSuite related. So my email is benp@gatekeeperhq.com, and I'd be glad to help you out. Obviously, you can get a hold of Christina or Craig, and they can put you in touch with me as well. But thank you very much for having Gatekeeper, and thank you very much for having us today.
Awesome, Ben. Thanks so much. Refreshing for us. For me, we're in the compliance space a lot, so it's nice to know that there are some technological solutions that are coming forward and helping us with some of these areas. I think the complexity of compliance is growing every day with legislation and regulation, and these are great solutions to help us in this ecosystem. So thanks for sharing. All right, it's time for Lauren Polasek coming in from Houston, Texas, where she's a board member on our All Texas NetSuite User Group down there. Founding board member and tremendous asset, helping us raise awareness and promotion. And it's been awesome watching the whole Austin community flourish and then grow into Dallas and Houston as well under your support and leadership. So thanks, Lauren, and welcome. Can't wait for this NetSuite integration presentation.
Thank you, Craig. And everybody can hear me okay? I'm going to probably turn my camera off today. Great. Hi, Sarus. So, okay, we're going to talk about integrations, and I'm going to share my screen, and I won't be looking this way, so it won't be so awkward. Go on. And for anyone that knows or has seen some of my presentations before, I absolutely love using Canva. So I was excited to share my latest Canva. And today's theme is old computer things. So with integrations, this is just a beginner's guide to integration. So anyone that is much more technically skilled than I am, most people that I've worked with and audience that I've spoken to know that I am not a technical administrator. I am a functional administrator and more of systems and entire systems admin now. And I have been a full-time NetSuite admin or finance systems manager, finance systems applications manager for 2.5 years now. I was a consultant before, and integrations were very intimidating to me. So this is Introduction to NetSuite Integrations, Understanding the Basics. And please, at any point, if you guys need me, just stop me. I am trying to pull up my chat here just in case. There we go. Intimidating. Yes, it's very intimidating. Okay, let's get started. So section 1, this is going to be foundations and what an integration actually is. And again, my name is Lauren, and we are just kind of demystifying integrations, making it a little bit more digestible and friendly. You do not need a computer science degree, but I kind of like this theme because this is the way that I originally viewed integrations, was something super technical and I'll never be able to understand that. This will always have to be outsourced work. And I feel a lot more confident in integrations. My last company that I was an admin for, we had 13 live integrations when I kind of walked in the door, and I just had to learn it as I went. But this session is not a developer bootcamp. It's an admin-centric guide, just explaining what integrations are, how they behave, and how we as admins and consultants kind of manage them successfully. So we're going to keep things clear and practical with a little bit of humor and talk about these integrations. So, foundations. Why do integrations matter? So let's just start with that obvious question. NetSuite is very powerful. We all know that. But most companies are using, a minimum of 5 to 10, sometimes 25 different systems in some capacity or another. Get into large enterprises, it could be more than that. Then you've got data warehouses, and data is coming in and out of NetSuite. So integrations let these systems talk to each other without manually having to do that. So they reduce manual entry as well as errors. It prevents those fat fingering issues, typos in data transformation. Somebody hit a button too soon. Somebody hit a button too many times. So it kind of helps with that prevention of human error. It automates business processes, thinking payroll, WMS, e-commerce is a big one. Creates real-time visibility, so you can have that immediate, return on whatever it is you're trying to analyze. Or if somebody places an order on Amazon, for example, that order is immediately reflected in your cart. And that's probably actually what's happening with Amazon. I don't have that insight, but you don't want to have to wait for some kind of a schedule or a trigger or a person to get this queue of orders that people have emailed in online, and now they have to go manually enter these orders and hope that they don't mess anything up. So we know that that's very important for integration. And then supporting system growth and complexity. A lot of businesses, and again, like Craig said, I'm based in Southeast Texas. I'm in Houston, and I live in a little bitty town, and we still have a Western Auto. We have, I don't know how many feed stores. So when we go in the feed store, sometimes they're still using paper, and I get, I can get a handwritten receipt sometimes. But we want to grow our systems or scale, support our systems and design our systems to be able to continue to grow. Going from paper receipts to billion-dollar companies, you have to maybe not know all the answers and all the integrations you're going to need. But if you're going from 30 employees to 600 employees within, a 5-year span, you don't want to lock yourself in to certain systems that don't speak to each other well, or processes where data entry is completely manual, because that just won't grow. Then you're going to have to redo things. So the goal here isn't just to bridge systems, it's also to enable scalability. Well, that's why they matter. So what is an integration? I was very confused on this when I started working with NetSuite full time, I just kind of went with the word. I didn't actually know for sure, did a lot of Googling. The most formal definition is going to be a structured way to move data between systems. It's just moving it from one to another for a specific purpose. It's not copy and paste. It's not exports, although that can be one version through file transfer. It's very structured and intentional for your data flows. Integrations usually rely on a few ingredients, but they do all either require one or the other. No, so they're going to require authentication, which is just, are you allowed to talk to me? Mapping, so which field goes where. Think of that, those tests that we used to have to do when we were kids, where there's a line of columns and a line of sentences, and you have to match them up based on your vocabulary words. That's what field mapping is. And then data transformation. So this field is a date, and that system wants something else. So we're going to have to fix it, or formatting, for example. And then validation and error handling and retries. So what happens when all of this goes wrong or somebody changes something? So how do we handle those errors? So once you understand these requirements as like building blocks, integrations become a lot less overwhelming or intimidating. You can handle them in bite-sized chunks if you can remember maybe these four requirements. But integrations do use different methods. So they can have APIs, middleware, scripts, or file transfers. But integrations do have to be maintained over time. You can't just connect it and let it go. So we're going to talk about that too. So common types of NetSuite integration, and I have seen every single one of these as an administrator and as a consultant. I have actually I have almost every single one of these in my current environment at PurgeRite. So a direct API, either REST or SOAP, and then you've got iPaaS or middleware. Think of Celigo. Thank you, Celigo. Boomi, Workato. This version is going to be your subscription based. So think of Netflix for NetSuite. So you're going to have your iPaaS and middleware, where one system connects to the iPaaS and then pushes through the iPaaS to its destination, which would be NetSuite. Could go the other way. Direct APIs are built usually in NetSuite and then built again or connected to the API in the source system or destination system. Custom suite script integrations, again, that's built in NetSuite. And then you have managed connectors, Shopify, ShipStation, Avalara, and like Mike was saying, Brex, for example. Isn't NetSuite SOAP being phased out starting in 2026? Great question. I don't know because I am not a developer. So I will go and take a look at that. It's a great question though. If it is, I need to go and check my own system. So thank you for bringing that up. The most common integrations I see are going to be iPaaS middleware, managed connectors, and unfortunately FTPs or SFTPs. So you usually are going to have to get developers to work on both of these, and it's kind of difficult to manage them at the end user level or somebody who doesn't speak developer language. So when you're working for public companies, sometimes they want to see this iPaaS or middleware to be able to manage error handling. So we'll get into that a little bit, but these are just your most common types. And thank you for pointing out that SOAP may be being phased out or degraded. But like Mike was saying, Brex, for example, Brex is a managed connection. I actually have 2 FTP connections through my middleware right now at PurgeRite. And more often than not, these start out as temporary. Like, I'm going to download, a payroll report or payroll runs in CSV format, and then I'm going to drop them in a server, and then I'm going to push them to NetSuite. Or I'm going to have this scheduled CSV report come out, and then I'm going to import via CSV. And so the import process is what gets evaluated for automation, and that's kind of how these FTP processes come to light in my experience. Every company uses a different combo. Like I said, I have iPaaS, managed connectors, and FTPs. But the key is understanding what you do have, what it does, and what it touches, regardless type here. So then let's get into how integrations break. Authentication and mapping are your two most common types of integration failures, just based on my research. Authentication issues, for example, those are going to come with expired or invalid tokens. I don't know if any of you guys followed my NetSuite horror stories on LinkedIn for Halloween, but my own personal horror story I used was related to authentication error with all 13 of our integrations at the end of the month, right before month end close, and the last payroll run of the month. So our accounting manager left, and that every single integration was tied to the individual user. And so all tokens become invalid and depreciated for rest. Thank you, Craig. So that was a hard one. Additionally, if you have permissions for the role that you're using to connect the two systems, if permissions are removed or changed, or somebody changes permissions or changes roles, or someone leaves the company, that can often cause authentication issues. And any kind of permission changes. If a new permission is available in your updates or upgrades, those can also happen. And then mapping issues, renamed fields and form changes. This gets me every month still, even though I also openly communicate with my teams and departments. Please do not change things without just checking in first. And we do have documentation. But for example, our fields could also include list values. So in one system, they ended up just last month, my own teams ended up changing the name of a department and adding a new department, but they didn't change it in NetSuite. And so that integration mapping, that mapping failed, and we had a little bit of a hard time figuring out why. So field and form changes are very big integration. They happen a lot. And then required fields missing, of course, and incorrect formats I see often as well. So dates should be one version of the date, but it's not. Should be typed out in a certain way for currency, but it's not. So doing that data transformation, and sometimes this is helpful to have an iPaaS because you can set that transformation automatically. So these are super common and usually the first things to check before just assuming the integration has fully combusted. Okay. All right. This is the trickiest thing I had to learn as an admin, and it still it still feels impossible to me to explain it sometimes. So the content on this slide is about as easy as I could make it, and some of it is still pretty technical. Keeping in mind, I am not a technical admin, so this is how I, as a functional admin, understand it and can explain it to my team and talk through it with devs and integrators and third parties that I use when I need support. So concurrency in NetSuite, or just concurrency in integrations in general, it's too many things happening at once. Okay. So concurrency is one of those concepts that sounds intimidating, and it is intimidating to me still. But it's just saying I can't, for example, it's saying I can't update this record right now. I'm already working on it. So how many simultaneous connections NetSuite allows? And I like to think of this concurrency as a traffic cop. So every integration consumes lanes. Too many connections equals a traffic jam. And that's what can happen here. I also, on this slide, and I can always send these links out, but I also sent out NetSuite's documentation on concurrency governance. And this can break down your concurrency based on your service tier and gives you much more detailed NetSuite concurrency information. But some of the errors that can happen due to concurrency are record level locking. So that's if two records are being hit at one time. Say, for example, the same customer record at once, but the systems hit it at the same time. You have your API concurrency limits. You have script concurrency, queue buildups, record unavailable errors, concurrent request limit exceeded, and just again, too many hits at once. You'll start to see errors like record unavailable, concurrent request limit exceeded is a big one. So just a couple of concurrency issues, but concurrency is normal. Unmanaged concurrency is where integrations start behaving kind of like toddlers or my dogs fighting over one toy. So a couple of analogies there to help with concurrency. Y'all please give me some feedback too on concurrency, because if I did not explain this well, I need to step up my game and just keep trying to learn it. Okay, and just some real examples. These are generic examples. If you have specific ones, please feel free to elaborate in chat. Just basic examples. So e-commerce to NetSuite order sync. Thanks, Arus. Customer record updated at the exact moment an order is created. So a customer places an order, and at that exact moment, the original system updates their record. So two systems hit the same customer ID, and that will create an order fail with a concurrency error because a concurrency spike. So the order fails, and the user will see something like order didn't sync or order failed. It's just because the order arrived at the same moment as a customer update, and NetSuite chose the first request, which may be out of line, out of sync. Then a second example would be a CRM, think Salesforce or something along those lines, and a customer sync. So if a CRM, another example would be a payroll system, Paylocity, for example, payroll hits and the employee record is updated at the same time, or the CRM or the payroll software, it hides or renames fields. And so NetSuite receives a blank required field, like email. Like all of a sudden the name for email in the CRM is changed to a different, for example, work email versus personal email. So somebody updated it and broke that one field into two. And now the mapping is off and it's going to receive that blank or a mislabeled mismatching field. And so the users will typically blame NetSuite as, hey, I did this thing and it's not showing up in NetSuite. But realistically, it could just be it's missing a field or somebody did something in the other system. So NetSuite would reject that record. So some real examples, and I'd love to hear more. You guys just keep filling me in if you do. So section 3, best practices for managing integrations. This is probably my favorite section because I walked into this responsibility without having any experience in it. So I do like to talk about this in different sessions that I've spoke on. So you guys please interrupt me if you have any questions or would like to add any comments. Okay, owning the data flow and documentation basics. None of this requires dev skills. Anybody in charge of any portions of the systems can help contribute to owning that data flow as well as documenting those flows. You do not need a giant integration binder to be successful at this, but you do need a basic understanding of your data flows. So some steps to do are create a simple systems map. I have done this on a whiteboard, took a picture of it, went to OneNote or Paint, and just drew some boxes on. Just to get it somewhere so people can see the map and know which direction flows are going, which data is going in which direction. And it helps to identify systems of record per domain, but identifying those systems of record is also extremely helpful. So keeping that simple system diagram and then knowing which system owns what, and maintaining a one-page integration profile, kind of like a resume. You know, some people have like a 12-page resume. I'm being dramatic. Maybe a 6-page resume. Too much. People aren't going to read the whole thing, so they're going to skip steps. So just keeping that one-page, really simple integration profile. And I had actually heard this term, integration profile. I just called it the integration Word doc or integration PDF. But this is a really great term and something maybe to bring up with your IT team if you are not in charge of your finance systems integrations, but just trying to keep it really simple. And I included 5 bullet points that you can use to kind of create this profile. The integration overview, endpoints and mappings, triggers and schedules, common error types and solutions, and then contacts and owners. You could just have these 5 sections and just really simple terminology. The last point here is just to keep a simple shared issue log because patterns really matter. Again, not only to include in some of your documentation, but just for understanding, hey, this has happened 6 times this week, or this has happened 20 times this quarter. What can we do? This is obviously slowing us down. So what can we do to reduce this or eliminate this issue that keeps happening? So just keeping that shared issue log, whether it's across departments or single issue logs per department, whatever, or per integration. Just be sure to keep them if you can. And the goal with this owning of data as well as documentation is enough detailing for troubleshooting, not an encyclopedia or schematic. You almost don't want this documentation to be overwhelming or too intimidating because people won't go to it. They'll just look at it, say, I can't read that. You want it to be really simple and kind of generational, to be able to be passed down as people move departments or leave companies or join companies or leadership moves around. So detail enough or enough detailing for troubleshooting, not too much. And just one more note, this is not about creating busy work. It's just about making sure future you and your future teams don't have to do that really extensive detective work and send out that huge email chain and go reach out to all your contacts that you know have ever touched this thing. Just have something simple and accessible. So we're also going to talk about another tool is an error handling framework. And I really love this term too. This is one of the most important concepts for admins. An error handling framework defines who handles what errors. So the first step would be creating or categorizing those error types. So you're going to have user errors, system errors, and integration errors, for example. This is an example of kind of my error handling framework, but what it could mean. So if it's a user mistake, somebody entered an incorrect, I actually just got a call before I joined this meeting asking me to help with a journal entry issue. And the journal entry was getting an error because one line on the journal entry had an account number that was incorrect. It was creating an issue. It was saying account, please correct or please fix account number. That would be a user mistake. So because of my framework that I use and my company's approved, I was able to say, hey, I identified the error for you. Once you correct that error on your own, then it will be fixed. So that would be a user mistake, therefore a user fixes. A NetSuite mistake, I would fix. And I wish I could think of one off the top of my head at the moment. I tried to think of one this morning, couldn't really think of any. Unless it's something like a field got updated or again, a mapping issue where we renamed a field or locked a form or changed a role, that would be a NetSuite mistake. Permission settings, yeah. So some kind of a permission issue, that's something I would fix. My users probably don't even have permission to fix it. And if I'm getting another error that, again, I'm kind of triaging these errors. So if I get an error and it just doesn't even look like it's in English, or I don't know what, it's not giving me an error, it's just not syncing. If I'm in my iPass and I cannot figure out what is going on here, it's probably some kind of issue within the development or maybe the application itself. Or especially if it's an API or REST or Sweetlet or something like that. So I'm going to go to my integrator that I depend on. Now, if I build the flow, I guess I would also be considered the integrator, but always having some kind of an additional support for things that are beyond your in-house admin, even if this means a consulting firm or a partner of some kind. So error handling, also some of the recommendations would be use retries. So I do this a lot in Celigo. Thank goodness for retries. And sorry for all the notifications to my manager if he's on, because I retry a lot of things in Celigo. Batching and alerts, but keep in mind strategic alerts. Nobody wants just additional email alerts. Nobody needs more noise in their inbox. So strategic triggering alerts. And then create monitoring dashboards. Really, really great tool. If you have a NetSuite admin, they should be able to help you with this. Again, NetSuite has recommendations for monitoring dashboards. The framework, it really helps make sure you're not getting messages like something is broken with no details. And it helps hold everybody kind of accountable in these different tiers. So I really love having my error handling framework. And then change management, one of my heart topics, I swear it's a passion project of mine for everything I do. Best practices for change management. So integrations break most often when something changes unexpectedly, like we've just talked about in the last few slides. So here are some quick rules or best practices to kind of help your teams and save yourself. Never rename fields without checking integrations. I'm an admin. I will lock those fields. Don't change fields. Don't touch fields. I will check. I will do it. You come to me, I will do it. Never disable fields without checking mappings. Again, just don't touch them. Maybe just come to your admin or your consultant, or if you have an error handling framework or some documentation, a simple map. If it doesn't have enough detail to know exactly what fields are, you just check with your admin or in-house somewhere. Refresh sandboxes regularly. One of those questions that Craig posed earlier, would you rather have sandbox you can refresh, like, what was it, every day for a week or something? No, thank you. But refreshing them regularly within a schedule, I like to do a refresh every 6 months if we're doing a lot of improvement or optimization or configuration, or just adding new connections or integrations. Having fresh data to test is so important. I presented at Suite World where my co-speaker was talking about sandboxes. He's on the NetSuite Sandbox team, product team. And we asked the audience who doesn't have a sandbox. And it was a surprising amount of people. So if you don't have a sandbox, that would be my first recommendation, is go get one. And then once you have one, try to make sure you are regularly refreshing for fresh data. And then always test integration flows before production changes. There are so many Reddit nightmare stories. So I like to include this little saying here: Sandbox is your friend. Production is not for testing. Please do not test live ever. If it is a very important, very important integration, payroll, to anything financial, those are all, yeah, don't mess with those integrations in production before testing in Sandbox. Moving along, section 4. And Craig, if you could just drop in the chat how we're doing on time. I wasn't sure exactly where I've got, so just trying to keep up. Mark said, I have 2 requirements for continued employment, like employment or maybe deployment, that are non-negotiable. Sandbox is 1, Squirrel is the other. Yeah. And heavy pressure, which color Sandbox, which is pride. Yes, I always change my Sandbox to pink, so everybody knows I'm in Sandbox when I'm presenting. So tools, governance, and working with integrators. So tools every admin should use. Save searches for monitoring integration created records. These are just admin tools that make your life easier. So you can create those specific save searches for things like failures on records or updates to records. How many new employee records or items were created? If you get a save search result all of a sudden on your dashboard that I've got 4,200 new items that were created overnight, that's probably something you should go look at immediately. So, but you wouldn't know that if you don't go to the item list all the time, right? So, really important to have some kind of alert system. If you're using an iPass, this may be, substituted. The iPass may have alerts that can substitute save searches. And then system notes for auditing. Audit trails, most people who are familiar with NetSuite know you can go to system notes. I live in system notes. Also, please, unless you are super comfortable creating big save searches, try not to create save searches on system notes. It takes a long time to load. But going to those individual system notes and system information or those audit trails or audit logs, super helpful. Script logs or script execution logs. I'm not a dev, I'm not a technical developer or a technical administrator, but I do know how to get to and, monitor those execution logs. So, middleware logs. Again, I use Celigo a lot, so I know how to go and check my flow logs and dashboards. I know how to go monitor those errors. Sometimes I can find the error, and that's the most important thing. Found the error, know kind of what's going on, but I may not know how to fix it. That's what we're going to get into as far as integrators go and third parties. NetSuite Integration Governance Report. NetSuite governance can be a little overwhelming, similar to concurrency. So I do have a little bit of information on it, but NetSuite again knows this is a complicated topic, but super important. So they are putting, they have a lot of stuff in the help center related to integration governance. I would just go to your help center and type in integration governance or just NetSuite integrations, and you should be able to pull that report. 2 years ago at SuiteWorld, I spoke with a co-speaker from NetSuite again on the APM. So Application Performance Management Suite app. And there are a ton of support articles and forums and things like that for integration, governance, and performance management, how they're related, and concurrency counts. There's also that service dashboard you can find in your setup menu. That's super helpful as well for monitoring concurrence. Again, concurrency is kind of built on your service tier. So go check all of this out and just type NetSuite integration into the Help Center. And then an integration service account. That horror story I shared earlier and during Halloween, if I had true integration management knowledge, the first thing I would have done is created a service account as soon as I saw that my manager had all of the integrations tied to his individual user. And everything I have done since then related to integrations has been around a service account. The first week, I think I started at PurgeRite. That is the first thing I think I actually accomplished at PurgeRite was to create a service account and reconnect all of the integrations. So tools every admin should use. That would be my advice. If you set these up the right way, or you have all of them available to you at least, they'll tell you what is broken or could be broken before users do. Now, understanding NetSuite governance, if you guys want way more detailed information, there's actually a concurrency governance cheat sheet or just an overall NetSuite governance, integration governance cheat sheet in, again, the NetSuite Help Center. So if you go to Google and you just type in concurrency governance cheat sheet, or if these slides are shared, I'd be happy to share this link. This is a full, much more technical document related to governance. However, high level of governance is it governs API and script usage, limits, prevents system overload, heavy processes require batching, MapReduce for bulk work, and of course, my tool that I prefer, iPaaS tools help manage load more efficiently. But this is the key that helps me remember kind of what governance is. It's a processing budget. That's how I picture governance, is processing budget. Yep, thanks, Craig. Yeah, I have a couple of links. Anywhere you see this blue looking hyperlink, that will be a link to NetSuite's Help Center. And then optimizing for governance, just some small wins and tips and tricks. Reduce lookups inside scripts. And this one, again, beyond my skill set currently, but I do know it's important because when using an iPaaS, again, these lookups, that is how I reference this. And then everyone kind of knows, I think if you've been in NetSuite a little while, maybe not everyone, especially if you're new to NetSuite, but scheduling large jobs during off-peak hours. I think this is a pretty familiar concept, no matter what system you're using, even sending save searches or scheduled processes in NetSuite. Just schedule them during off-peak hours. However, if every single one of your integrations or customizations is scheduled for 5 a.m. on Monday, you may run into an issue. So having some of that documentation or just knowledge somewhere to say, okay, several of these are scheduled at 5 a.m. on Monday because that's my go-to. Maybe I should see how many of these things are hitting at the same time. So just keep that in mind when scheduling. And then avoiding, again, that same concept here, avoiding multiple systems syncing at the same time. Don't want them all firing at midnight or 5 a.m. And monitoring that governance usage. So these small adjustments will go a long way in preventing delays. And if you want to, you can go and talk to your integrators or third parties about this as well. Oh, third parties, my friends in the NetSuite world. So working with third parties, just a couple of notes here, and this is not just for users. I like to think this is just a well-rounded list for third parties as well. So consultants, devs, and anyone within the ecosystem or that integrates with NetSuite. So communicating in admin language, not dev language. I've been on so many calls where I don't think I understood a full sentence that anyone said. I was just there to try to take notes, but I couldn't even take efficient notes because I couldn't understand the acronyms they were using, or, I don't know. It just sounded like I was in a hospital or something trying to listen in on a doctor's conversation. So trying to use as much admin language or user language as possible and knowing how to translate between the two, which, by the way, is a great benefit of having a NetSuite admin because we've probably heard some of the terms before. Providing logs, timestamps, IDs, and screenshots. Screenshots, please. That is super helpful. If you get an error, a screenshot is gold, and you may not have that long to do it. So pull snippet up, Windows Shift S, and grab that screenshot. But keeping logs, like we talked about originally in the first couple of slides, and all of these informations, but keeping logs is really important. They can go back through, check everything that's happening. And then asking, even from the consulting side, what system owns this field? So as an admin on my employee record, I know which systems own which fields. I know which ones are native. Then I know on which tabs are owned by which systems, because our employee records are touched by 2 different systems. So I know which ones not to edit because they don't come from NetSuite or they're not native. So consultants, just keep that in mind, is which systems own this field? Pretty simple question to, if they can't answer it, they can at least go down the rabbit hole, and it creates some ideas possibly. And then just being kind and pushing back with grace when the issue isn't NetSuite. It's very easy to say that's a NetSuite problem. That's probably not a NetSuite problem. It's probably not NetSuite's probably not broken. The integration may be having an issue. There may be an error somewhere, but just pushing back to say, to maintain that confidence with the system that you guys have invested tremendous amounts of money in, right? We don't always want to point to NetSuite and say it's stupid NetSuite or it's stupid whatever the integration is. It may be something simple. So as a consultant and as an admin, I try really hard to avoid placing blame on one system or another without fully investigating first. And then just pushing back with that grace word and building collaborative relationships. I have, again, this is not a topic I am super, confident in, the technical side of integrations. Sometimes it really gives me some imposter syndrome. So it's very helpful to be able to reach out to these third parties that I meet in these user groups. And every single user here has that opportunity now to go and talk to all of our sponsors that are available and just say, hey, I know I'm not paying you for this work, but can I just ask you a quick question and you can point me in the right direction or something if you're really struggling. So building those collaborative relationships and honoring those relationships you meet, it's really, really important with integrations. Great for NetSuite in general. So our last section here is users, adoption, and long-term success. I promise they are not long slides. Most people who know me know how passionate I am about training NetSuite users and training my own teammates and my company, but also just training people on NetSuite in general. So training users for success with integration looks like basic troubleshooting steps, which is helpful in those documentations, that easy kind of systems map and pattern logs that we talked about. Because if it's the same error and you can't prevent it 100% of the time because it may have manual data entry tied to it, helping those errors or helping those users understand the basic troubleshooting steps. Think about a CSV export with an error, and you can say, the account was blank, like that journal entry example. They know how to fix that. Dashboards for monitoring. End users don't need to know, or maybe they don't have time to set up dashboards from scratch, but you can set it up for them. And then you can teach them what to look for on that dashboard. Clear required field rules. If you have to have a 15-minute training on a Friday, say, hey, I will come and sit with everybody and I will bring cookies and we will pull this up on the TV in the break room and we are going to look at every required field on this record. A red asterisk means required, cannot leave blank. And then templates and checklists, just like using your templates for CSV imports and checklists for if something is happening with an integration or creating a new integration. And you've got reduce support tickets through empowerment. Teaching them how to fish is always going to be helpful for your team and your IT teams that are managing those tickets. Setting expectations is also important. Defining response paths. So who fixes what? Going back to that framework, that error handling framework. Explain what integrations can versus cannot do. Promote good habits related to data entry. And then encourage early reporting. If you roll your eyes every time somebody comes to you with an error or you ignore them, they're not going to come back to you. And that integration problem is going to persist, just going to get bigger. So one quote that I love to say and remind people is, I'm not saying you broke it, but something broke and you touched it last. And that's just a reality. No reason to don't get mad at me. I'm just helping out here. Okay. And then long-term integration health, optional, of course, but monthly integration audits, just go look at them and check. Quarterly system map updates, something changes every quarter. Go take a look and just make sure the map is up to date, because it's completely useless if you have a map that's outdated by 18 months. Version upgrade review. Again, most people are going to do this, but if you have one software that's upgrading, just make sure that you are reviewing the version. Design for scale. Future growth matters. Those dang CSV, FTP solutions that you put in temporarily, they're not going to last 6 years, even though somehow they have lasted. So just keep in mind scale. And then keeping your documentation current, just like your quarterly system map. Just keep it up to date. Set a reminder, set a calendar, reminder once before Christmas or during your slow period in Q2 or Q3. Go check documentation, whatever it is. Sorry if you guys hear my daughter. She just got home from school. So key takeaways, last slide, I promise. So 7 pretty simple things, I hope. First, understand integration basics before building. And if you don't, reach out to those great new friends you met at the NetSuite User Group, whichever one you went to, and ask them for guidance. Okay, keep that relationship strong and understand some basics before you start designing and building. Simple documentation is better than none. Anything. Put it on a whiteboard, take a picture of it, share it. A strong error handling framework reduces chaos. Concurrency and governance must be respected and slightly understood. Again, I've been an admin 2.5 years. I can't tell you exactly how to do it, but I can explain it well enough to be in this session. So sandbox testing is mandatory. Go talk to your account manager. If you went to SuiteWorld, you can get discounts on stuff anyway. So might want to go talk to them. Good communication equals better integration and just better system management in general. And train your users. Gonna result in fewer fires. So I do like to say that I am a NetSuite admin as well as an integration firefighter, or just a firefighter, NetSuite firefighter. I should get a hat made. Because if it's a fire, it is most likely related to some kind of integration. Okay. So, hope you guys got some good information. Are there any questions?
All right, Lauren's going to stick around for a little bit, I think, and we can answer any additional questions in chat.
Yes, thank you guys so much for having me. Again, you can check out our events, I'm sure as Craig has said, at the nudcommunity.org. And I actually have to hop here in about 10 minutes for an integration call at my
Of
own
all
job.
things.
I know. So you guys just let me know in the chat. I'll hang around for 10 minutes. And thank you again so much, Craig and Christina, for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you. I mean, great content there. I love the theme. I feel like I'm using Windows 3.1 right now.
I know. The computer I learned on.
Right. 5.5-inch floppy drive. Yeah, we can really show our age in the ecosystem, right? I think one of the things I picked up on big on that key takeaway, documentation, those standard operating procedures, ensuring that these solutions kind of live on, outlive you, get maintained, get communicated to the other team members. Super important when talking about, our integrated systems. So awesome presentation. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to shift gears here, go and introduce Olivia Miller from VersaPay. VersaPay, again, long-standing NetSuite community member, supporting the user groups all across the country, has had many evolutions as an organization and strong contender in their space. So Olivia, welcome to our programming today.
Perfect. I appreciate it. That was such a nice intro. Thanks, Craig, and thanks, Christina, for having us on, as well as you, David. Excited to talk with you guys. I know that we only have a short 5 minutes, so I'll give a 10,000-foot view, and then we'll go from there. And anything anybody needs, feel free to reach out to me after the call.
Great. And I just stopped my screen share so you can share your slides.
Perfect. Again, my name's Olivia Miller. I'm the partner manager here at VersaPay. I've been on the team now for a little under 2 years, but not new to the NetSuite ecosystem by any means. I've been supporting it for about half a decade now, which is kind of crazy to say. But anything and everything you need to know about VersaPay, I'll be your first touch point. In addition to myself, we also have our channel sales team that's to the right of me. They have over 30 years of experience between them. They're going to be the most helpful assets to us in that pre-sales cycle. And then in the bottom left here, you'll see our sales engineers. As we go through our demos and start to understand your business a little bit more, any complexities that may come up or any specifications you want to make to our product, they're going to help us out on supporting that. And then once we get, hopefully, you signed up through the underwriting process and ready to go live, our product manager and implementation manager here at the bottom right are who are going to be engaging with you the most. So we can move forward. So VersaPay supports over 10,000 customers. We have 5 million customers transacting today. We process 118 million transactions annually, and we do 260 billion payments volume annually. The main thing about VersaPay to know is we're more than just a payments company. So while payments is where our bread and butter is, we also offer an entire accounts receivable suite and a cash application. We'll go over that in a couple slides. Something that I always like to mention is that we were Partner of the Year in 2021, and some of you may have formerly known us as SoluPay, but we have over 3,000 mutual NetSuite clients that we brought over from SoluPay when we merged and became VersaPay as one company. So looking at our Suite app, and I apologize that the slides look like they got a little mixed up in the PDF, but looking at our Suite app customer reviews, Emily Dykes from the Royal Standard said that the integration with NetSuite is extremely reliable and efficient. It's easy to navigate and find the information we need. VersaPay makes the support process enjoyable. I think that this is a really important call out just because, as we know, and as Lauren had alluded to, in the world of integrations, things can happen. And when things happen with payments, you want to be able to get in touch with the team very quickly. So if you get paid on Tuesday and it's not in your bank by Thursday, you don't want to go through a help chat or talk to a help bot or anything like that. You're going to want to get in touch with your customer care team and make sure that things are being taken care of. And that white glove is what VersaPay offers. So looking at how we have broken out our tiers and our pricing, one thing I'll mention before we go into this a little bit deeper is that these prices are not hard and fast. This is a starting point. We can always go a little bit below, or we might come in higher depending on your transaction volume and the size of your company. But this gives a general layout and a pretty good idea of where things will come in at. So on the far left tier, our ERP payments, that's going to be our most basic offering. It's going to be ERP payments into NetSuite. You'll see visibility into your account history, invoices, and statements. You'll also have your stored wallets, and it will update in real time every 5 minutes. We have Virtual Card Connect, e-commerce integration, and then devices too that you can have on your shop floor that are processing in real time. Now, our collaborative AR and cash application, you can add this on top of your payments or individually or together. So our collaborative AR is going to be our way of holistically leaning into the NetSuite approach of don't go and hire 12 more full-time employees, continue to automate, right? So we're going to be able to offer comprehensive customer and supplier portals, intelligent invoicing, advanced auto pay and dispute management, virtual card connect, invoice print and mail, AP portal, and then email masking. We also have a cash application. Our cash application comes into play, I see most with wholesale distribution companies and manufacturing companies, usually when you're still accepting checks. So something cool about this is we're going to automate your flexible payment and offer remote capturing. So if you have 100 invoices and somebody's paying in a check, they're probably not paying you 100 checks. They'll give you one with a pretty basic memo line. What we can do is take that remote capture. You'll take a picture, it will update in the NetSuite, and you can see if they've truly paid all 100 invoices or if one is outstanding. In that case, then you can send them a mobile accounts receivable notification with the Pay Now link, or it will notify them just to send you another check. We do that by using machine learning, which will use the micker at the bottom of the check to match it to the client inside the ERP and then match it to its invoices. If we can move forward to the following slide. So looking at your overall experience, you'll start off in pre-sales with myself, and we'll go through learning a little bit about your business. You can ask a couple questions about VersaPay, things of that nature, and then we'll move you forward to our pre-sales cycle with our channel sales team and our sales engineers. From there, we'll go to our implement and launch stage. We'll set up a kickoff call, set up UAT testing, production walkthrough, and a go live. Following that, hopefully it's an uneventful go live, but things can happen. You'll have access to our support team. You'll have 30 days with a customer care team to make sure everything is running smoothly and properly to your liking. But then after that, you'll always have access to our 24/7 support. And that's everything about VersaPay from a 10,000-foot view. I know it was a quick 5-minute flyby, but if there's any questions or anything you all would like to know a little bit more about, and if you're thinking about upgrading your payments experience, please feel free to reach out. Again, I appreciate you guys putting this on and having us on as a spotlight.
All right. Thanks, Olivia.
Absolutely.
Yeah, known you from the SoluPay days and been working with this team for a very long time. Great to have you with us and appreciate your continued support of the NetSuite User Group. So thank you.
Appreciate y'all.
All right, well, we're just going to jump right in to our next sponsor spotlight before we hit our final presentation of the day, which I'm really excited about. For those that have been kind of attending these user groups for a while, BSP is celebrating 10 years as the founding sponsor of the New York NetSuite User Group, and we've been doing this a long time. Generally, when we get to this part of the presentation, I just kind of really quickly run through a slide or two and give us a little nod. But we have a new team member that I want to introduce to the community. Not necessarily new to the business. David Utley has been with us for some time now, but he is stepped into this role as the director of our sales team and would like to tell you a little bit more about our solution. So Dave, welcome to the NetSuite User Groups for the first time, and thank you for doing the BSP section here. I'm going to stop my screen share and hand the presentation over to you, sir.
That's great, Craig, and thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. Give me a moment while I share my screen here. Appreciate the introduction. And as Craig said, I'm going to introduce you to BSP about a bit about who we are and a bit about myself as well. But let's start with that. So just a bit about myself. I've been at BSP just a little over a year, but I've been a part of the NetSuite ecosystem for about 9.5 years, where at NetSuite Direct, I was managing some sales and pre-sales teams. But prior to that, I worked at a few other ERP companies. I've been in this space for about 20 years, was involved with some manufacturing companies, running some companies there in industry for about 25 years, both as a general manager, CTO, consultant, a banker, and I was my own business owner for a while as well. I do like to get out. I love to camp, love to ride my motorcycle, do some swimming, handyman stuff around the house, but that's just a bit about me. Let's talk a bit about BSP now. So Business Solution Partners is one of NetSuite's first partners. We've been around about 25 years with NetSuite, and I'll tell you a bit more about that relationship with NetSuite in just a bit. But, as a makeup as part of our company, we look for people that work for us that have real life industry experience. And that experience has ranged from, 7+ years to even more. So we've got very experienced people that work on our team. We've got about 600 or so successful implementations with about 5,200 or more client NetSuite users supported, and do about 20,000 or more support tickets annually. So a very deep-seated and involved partner with NetSuite. Again, having a little bit of time, we're trying to crunch a whole bunch of stuff into just a couple slides, but just a little bit deeper about BSP. As I mentioned, we're a premier NetSuite solution and alliance partner. And that just means that we can sell NetSuite licenses as well as implement the NetSuite solution. We bring a lot of deep industry experience across various industries and disciplines and products companies, including areas like life sciences, discrete and process manufacturing, and regulated environments. And speaking of that, we do have a specialized focus on regulated industries, thinking about med device, life science, biopharma space, aerospace and defense, government sector, firearms, and other compliance related verticals. And then we've got a track record working with manufacturers who need to pass audits, whether it's an FDA audit, Department of Defense, or if you're trying to comply with CMMC or ITAR or HIPAA. And we're work with a lot of companies like that as well, and that also need to maintain strict documentation and traceability throughout their product's life cycle. So a lot of the same reasons that that I list about BSP, those are probably the reasons why you'd want to work for us or work with us, I should say. But why BSP is that we are a NetSuite only firm. So we're 100% focused on NetSuite platform. And as I mentioned, we bring a lot of deep expertise only in the NetSuite space. We have some very industry specific intellectual property, or I'll call those extensions that I'll describe in a couple of minutes for various industries. And these extensions are built natively in the NetSuite solution. So you don't have to go to the App Store and download a third-party product and make it talk to NetSuite. These are built right in the platform. And we've got a proven success and implementation methodology in industries where traceability, validation, quality, and compliance are required. About some of those extensions that I mentioned, and I will say it again, all of the IP or the extensions that we bring to the table are built right in the solution that become a part of your instance. I like to say it looks like NetSuite, but it really becomes NetSuite in your environment. In the life science space, we've got several, and just a few of those are listed here, capturing data in the system around approved suppliers, managing item revisions, the 21 CFR Part 11 electronic signature requirements built right in the solution, lot management and traceability. We just launched earlier this year a full EQMS solution around NCR and CAPA and dock control and quality inspections. We've got a full equipment maintenance and calibration solution, and it all culminates into a device history record or an electronic batch record. Again, all of that built right in the platform. Some other IP that we've created this year around manufacturing specifically, a shop floor tracker giving users the ability to use handheld devices and tablets to track manufacturing activity on the shop floor. A very light interface and very minimal requirements with regard to licensing or NetSuite licensing. We also have a multi-in-out solution which helps companies with byproduct and co-product processing and scrap tracking needs. And then the last one's around a free-form estimator. So instead of having to get a full-blown configure price quote or CPQ tool, this gives you the ability to kind of stick build, if you will, a quote, bringing in various kinds of raw materials, and then estimating what a new product might cost before you taking it to a quote or including that in your pipeline. Other industry-specific tools, we've got an encryption tool that we've built as well that helps companies become compliant with CMMC, ITAR, HIPAA, where it encrypts the data, stores the data encrypted in the NetSuite databases, and only through the right permissions gives you the ability to unencrypt or decode that data. Then the last one is around the firearm space, where we've developed an integration to the ORCID bound book. So all of this IP or these extensions have all been built in the NetSuite platform. BSP is here to support and help you where we can. I appreciate you giving me the 5 minutes that I've gotten today, and please let me know if I can answer any questions. Thank you, Craig.
Awesome, Dave. Thanks so much. Just a much better 30,000-foot perspective on BSP than I usually give as I kind of rush through it. So really appreciate you, stewarding our sales team, making the solutions, giving them visibility in the marketplace. Dave is your first point of contact if you want to get in touch with us to talk about what BSP can do for you. So thank you, Dave. I really appreciate you being here with us today.
Well, welcome. Thank you, everybody.
Awesome. Speaking of great team members on the BSP team, Christina Putney is a rock star for the NetSuite user ecosystem. She is our main administrator for nodecommunity.org. She organizes all of our live events. She works with the venues. She works with the catering. She works with the sponsors and the partners and the presenters. And she really does a yeoman's job of ensuring that the Node community is healthy and chugging along. Today, she's making her debut as a presenter. Unfortunately, her presenting partner could not join us today. Unforeseen circumstances, but they used to work together. They're very connected at the hip. They've gone over this presentation a bunch of times, and this is going to be a really great one. You know, with all of the talk of AI, I think there is some questions that we all need to ask ourselves about what our utility is and how do we adapt and how do we, uh, you know, adjust to the new realities as they're happening very quickly. And this presentation is focused right there in that sweet spot. So, Christina, thanks for joining us today. Appreciate all you do for the user groups, and thank you for leading this conversation today.
Thanks, Craig. Hello, everyone. I'm not just a voice behind an email. You guys, I'm live in person, well, sort of. But yeah, I'm really bummed my friend Ashley isn't able to join us today. She had a little bit of a snafu, but that's okay. So just a really quick kind of snippet of why this is something that I would present and share. Once upon a time, I used to teach. It's a really interesting and rather long story as to how I got to where I am now, and that's for another day. But yeah, so one of the things I was really involved in was entrepreneurship and thought processes and uh, agile thinking, all of those types of skills. And so when we were at Sweet World and I was watching all the presentations, I could see and hear from peers and colleagues and other users that were in the crowd how overwhelming this felt. I heard a lot of pushback, a lot of fear, a lot of worries and concerns. And so I really felt like talking about change and talking about how we deal with that is really something that we need to do. So today we're going to talk about, and I know it sounds really dramatic, adapt or die. I will tie that in later. But really what it's about is thriving through change and how do we work through that. So you can go to the next slide. So my goal today is really to help everybody understand really why change happens, and really not why change happens, but why we respond the way we do to change, how humans over time have adapted, and really how we as leaders can help our teams navigate through these change with confidence and stability and maybe even a little bit of optimism. If you're like me, I have a friend, I have many friends, but I have one friend in particular who, anytime the subject of AI or technology comes up, she basically freezes in place. And, I just worry for her because where the world is headed is tech. We are a tech savvy world. And we, as NetSuite users, work in that world heavily. So it's really important for us to have a good grasp on that. But the people we work with and the people we communicate with and talk to, they may not be as savvy. And so how do we handle that? How do we manage that? So why is change so hard? Some lessons from history. We're going to talk a little bit about the psychology and biology of it, why the mindset matters, some of the tech shifts that are happening, how to navigate, and hopefully I'll give you some practical tools that you can take back to your teams. You can go to the next slide. So why is change so hard? So really, I like change. I thrive on working in an environment where I get to wear many hats. As Craig was saying, I'm constantly doing many things, and I really enjoy that. But there's always, the loop that gets thrown at you, or the plate that gets thrown at you, or the ball that gets dropped, and it's something that's shocking, and you have a visceral reaction to it. And so when things change, people experience fear, they lose confidence, they sometimes feel irrelevant, they feel like they don't have any control. Who am I? Where does this put me? All these kinds of feelings. And why does that happen? So it's really based on our biology. As human beings, we are hardwired for stability. We are hardwired to be creatures of habit. If you think back, caveman days, we'll go back that far, if you will. Uh, you know, Food, shelter, water, right? It's all basic internal, intrinsic needs that you have. We don't really have that type of structure, right? It's much more complex. So those needs still exist. But to us, food, shelter, water, that shelter might be the position at your job. It might be your role changing. And your shelter might be, your paycheck. It might be, I don't know, somebody moving your chair. I once had somebody take my chair when I worked in an office, and it drove me absolutely insane. That was my chair. Now, it really didn't belong to me. It obviously belonged to the office. But when I would come in and this other colleague of mine was sitting in my chair, it was really upsetting to me. And I would have like this really cruddy day over a chair. It's just so silly. But what I was feeling was what we call distress intolerance. So there's two types of stress. There's distress and there's eustress. Horrible at saying that word, but it's EUSTRESS if you don't know. So there's good stress and bad stress. Distress is obviously how we process bad stress. It's us taking the external environmental factors and perceiving it as something negative. Why does this happen? Well, why is really the question of the day. This happens because maybe we don't know the why. Maybe I don't know why he took my chair. Maybe he uses that chair because he has a back problem or he's short and his feet don't touch the ground otherwise. I don't know. I'm short, so that's my example. We are creatures of habit. That's my chair. I want it in my spot with my stuff. Don't touch my stuff. Don't touch my office supplies. Leave my desk alone. Like, this is really lighthearted stuff that I'm talking about, but you get the gist. So now I have that perceived threat. Oh my gosh, somebody's infringing on my space. He's taking my stuff. What am I going to do? This chair is uncomfortable. And now I'm feeling grief and a sense of loss. And now I'm also thinking, oh my gosh, am I performing badly? Like, I don't know. Am I wiggling too much? Am I rolling around in this chair? I'm going to go move somewhere else. And all of those thinkings, all of those thoughts require a ton of emotional effort. But they're all happening autonomously. They're happening without us even like realizing or knowing or having any control over them. They're just happening. And so it's in our biology. So the first thing we need to do as leaders is really understand it's not controllable. It is a normal reaction. So we want to normalize the thought process around change is hard. And you can hop over to the next slide. Oh, shoot. Okay. So humans have been adapting. I talked about caveman, but let's talk about some other things. Pocket watches, wristwatches, smartwatches, telegraph, telephone to cell phones. You can see on here, there's multiple examples of how products, technology, useful things, tools that we've used as human beings, how they've kind of morphed and changed. Now I'm going to use Pocket Watch as a great example. In the area where I live, there's this watchmaker, super famous, couldn't tell you the name. You wouldn't recognize it if you heard it probably, but they're in a little town that's not too far from me. I live out in the sticks outside of Chicago. But this watchmaker was very famous back in pocket watch days. And, when people started to make the change towards a wristwatch, they kind of poo-pooed the idea. There's no way. We're not going to do that. Nobody is ever going to wear a watch on their hand. So just bear with me here. How many, if you guys could just put like an emoji, a period, or something, put something in the chat if you own or have on a wristwatch, whether it's a smartwatch or a digital watch or whatever. I know we have, yep. See, there it goes. So they were wrong. They were very wrong. And because of their fear, because of their insistence on refusing to change, refusing to make those adjustments, and refusing to adapt to the changing environment, that watchmaker is now gone. They went out of business, long gone. Now I think the factory is now used as like a reception for weddings and stuff like that. Beautiful buildings, but anyway, that is how things change. The telegraph to the telephone. I remember I had my, bebop phone or whatever. It was pink and it had two phones on one, and I could set it down and I could be on one line and my friend could pick up the other. We would giggle. If you had told me, 10-year-old me, that I would be sitting here with my phone in my hand and be able to watch TV on it and, have a video call with my children 2,000 miles away or whatever, I would never believe you. Back to the Future, all that, no way. But here we are. And there are companies who refuse to make that switch. And unfortunately, those companies aren't around anymore. Who I know BlackBerry isn't really around anymore, but I used to have a BlackBerry. They had a really tough time with the technology of switching over to what we now refer to as, touch screens and smart devices, and they've kind of gone the wayside. We can talk about wagon trains became the steam engine, became modern trains. We have the bullet train in, what is it, Japan, I think. It's crazy. So all of these changes and adaptations have happened. So over time, eventually, some businesses went to the wayside and some continued to grow. And so that's really what we want to talk about. Now, we used to teach science. I told you this. So one of the lessons we would talk about was move, adapt, or die, hence the name of the session. So when an ecosystem changes in nature, we say that animals have three choices. They can move, they can adapt, or they can die. Now, we've already talked about the fact that humans are much more complex beings as it is, but the workplace operates with the same kind of basic mentality. We can resist change, we can run from the change, or we can adapt it and grow. Grow in ourselves, grow in our environment, grow. Growth can look like a lot of different things. So what is that? What does that look like? How do we move through it and why? So right now, it's all happening really fast. I think earlier on, Craig had said 6 months ago, we wouldn't have been talking about all of these complex AI capabilities, and we wouldn't have. But it is amazing what has happened so far and where we're going to go. And so we are really, as a society, feeling that distress. We have information overload. We have it coming at us from our cell phones, our laptops, fake news, real news. It's everywhere. You can't escape it. Constantly connected. The tech is changing faster than we can keep up. By the time we've talked about save searches and stuff today, NetSuite might have changed something. Hopefully not, but it's happened, right? So what does that mean? It means our processes are shifting. The way we do things is changing. Our roles are evolving. Automation and AI are rising. We have less time to adjust because it's all coming at us very, very, very fast. So next slide, please. What do? Again, we are leaders. You may not have a leadership role, but as somebody who is invested in the NetSuite ecosystem, as somebody who is showing up today, I would argue you are intrinsically a leader. You are taking a step forward. You are already on that growth, pathway, that growth journey. So we really need to adopt what I'm lovingly referring to as the leadership mindset. What does that look like? Well, as we said earlier, it's leading with empathy. The first step is understanding. Not everybody is going to be embracing this. And maybe there's people on the call today who are like, ugh, I am not looking forward to AI. This is going to be horrible. And then there's people probably like me who are like, yes, what can this do? I'm so excited. Let's jump in. And those people like want to slap me basically. And so what does that look like? Being agile. What is that? What does agile mean? We're going to talk about that in a minute. Really being communicative as a leader, talking through things, explaining things. Lauren talked a lot about communication in her last session. She talked a lot about being transparent, setting boundaries. Don't change this. Don't touch these. If you do, this is what's going to happen. There's going to be a problem. Setting boundaries, being transparent, being very communicative, none of those are negative things. And then we have to really commit. We have to say, okay, I am committed to this project. I am committed to the change. I'm on board. You can't be half in. So you have to really decide to be 100%, and you have to really decide to be engaged in what's happening, whatever it is. I'm using NetSuite and AI as an example, but it could be anything. And then collaborate. You have to work together. You have to be able to take and hear. I'm actually going to change it. You have to be able to take and listen. Listening is very different from hearing. So we're going to talk about a little bit about what the agile mindset looks like. So the agile mindset, we talk a lot about this in entrepreneurship. If you studied science or anything, it's right in that wheelhouse. So it's small steps, right? You're not trying to accomplish, you're not looking at the big picture. You're not looking at 365 days. You're looking at a smaller lens. We're taking small steps. We want to accomplish. We want to feel accomplished. We want to have goals. We want to set goals that are easy. Well, not easy, but obtainable. We want to lead with curiosity. We want to question. I love, one of my high school teachers used to have a bumper sticker, I think it was, up on his board. I went to school in California. I just want to preface that. And it's a question everything. And I loved that. It's probably one of the reasons I'm like a lifelong learner, but question everything. We want to poke holes. We want to find the problems. We want to ask why. Why does it have to be this way? Can we do it differently? And really embrace that. Again, all of this is really embracing that thought and idea of change. We want to be continually learning, finding the answers to those questions that we're asking. And then when we get it wrong, because we're gonna, and that's okay, we're going to iterate. We're going to try again. We're going to do something different. We're not just going to keep doing the same thing. We're not just going to keep making the pocket watch. We're going to say, okay, so how can we change this? What can we do differently? How can we improve? How can we make this work? That didn't work. Let's try something else. Now, in NetSuite, as Lauren said, probably want to try that in your sandbox. Maybe don't go live, those types of things. But as we're talking about managing change and managing our feelings and emotions around it, this is really the mindset that you're going to want to be leading with, and really displaying to your team. So you can go kind of into the next one. So as I'm still talking, leading the change. Lead with empathy. I understand this is going to be hard. I know not everybody likes this idea, but you're on board. So really lead with that empathy, be understanding. Listen to the concerns, listen to the problems, listen to the no buts. Don't be so quick to just say, this is how we're doing it, and that's that. So suck it up and deal with it. I know this sounds like, crybaby whiny stuff, but it's really not. It's really about getting your team on board so that you can be successful. You want to validate. I know this is going to be hard. I know this is different than we've done it. I know this feels scary. I understand that you're worried about your job. I understand you're worried about your role changing or whatever those concerns might be. Communicate early and often. Don't wait until it's a problem to address it. Don't wait until your team is, sitting around the water cooler, quote unquote, and, upset. Don't wait until you hear whispers. Talk to your team, share what's going on, share the updates, share what's going to be coming. Allow people time to process, time to go through those grieving stages, those the distress stages, and allow them to ask questions. And vice versa, you should ask questions to understand. Maybe their back hurts and that's why they're taking your chair. So really try to understand why they're concerned. One of my friends' concerns, she works at a vet. She's concerned that they're going to start using like a website and AI to schedule patients, and where does that leave her as a vet receptionist or whatever? Where does that leave her in her job role? Well, the reality is your job role is going to change. What is that going to look like now? Maybe you're more hands-on with the patient. Maybe you're, greeting people. Maybe you have more time to make follow-up calls. Maybe you have more time to check in with the owners. Maybe there's more time for charting, all kinds of different scenarios. So ask questions to really understand where your team is coming from. Where is this adversity to the change that's happening? Where does that stem from? And see if you can work with them and communicate to solve those. And then, like I said, provide room for failure. Always make sure that failure isn't a bad word. Um, it really isn't. I believe Einstein said, he failed more times than he succeeded. Like, that's the whole scientific method. Point is to fail, get it wrong, so you can figure out how to get it right. What we can also do as leaders is find our champions. Who is going to help drive the cause? Who are the early adopters? Who are the people like me that are excited about the change, who are really into it? Feed those people, feed that energy, give that momentum fuel and let it burn. Who are the project advocates? Who wants to own stuff? You may see people who step in or step up that may not have before. Who can mentor, who can work with one another, and then really celebrate your team's successes as they're working through this. I always say, like, there's no small win. All wins are big wins. And so that seems really cheesy, but it's true. There's times where I'm like, oh my gosh, I go to Craig and I did this. And he's like, haha, that's great. And, it's probably something that he can do in his sleep. But for me, it was, a technical skill that I just didn't have yet. So we can go kind of to the next slide. So as we're shifting with today's tech, we know what's new with NetSuite, right? AI is here. It's not going away. It's kind of planted its flag in the ground. So we want to make sure that we're helping our team to lean into these tools of the trade: AI, automation, workflows, smarter systems. Work smarter, not harder. That's really the mindset you want to be sharing. The symbiosis between this AI and humans. We are not being replaced. We are replacing tasks. Great example is I've been working on the schedule for our marketing and events team and our NetSuite User Group community for next year. And I'm actually working with ChatGPT to put that together. It is actually saving me quite a bit of time because it's able to instantaneously find all of the dates and conferences and all of that that would have taken me a couple hours to research and find, but ChatGPT can do it very quickly. And so again, that isn't replacing me. I'm still doing the work. It's just giving me a better tool, a faster tool, an easier way to do it, and quite honestly, less of a headache. And remember that these adaptations really are strengths. As we adapt, we become stronger, like the flower that grows in the concrete. Sometimes those things they pop out of nowhere, and it's a beautiful thing to see. And so change builds that resistance. And we will thrive through adoption of these new ideas and adoption and learning, always learning. Let's move to the next one. So what tools are there? Like, I've just thrown all this science and stuff at you and biology or whatever. So I do have a few tools. I'm going to go through them really quick, but really taking a change readiness or like a pulse check of your team, finding those champions, figuring out who on your team is going to be difficult. Maybe you already know, and that's okay too. But really finding out where your team's at. Are they ready for these changes? Who are your champions? Who are your pushbacks going to be? What does that look like? And I have some tools I can share with you in just a minute. Really normalize uncertainty. It's not a bad thing. Help people feel comfortable with the not knowing. Help people feel like they're not failures if they don't have the answer, because they may not right away, and that's okay. Let them know it's okay. Like Lauren had said also in her last session, if you're an administrator and you're yelling at people and getting mad at them when they make mistakes, they're probably not going to come tell you that they made one. And so then you're just going to end up having mistakes more often and stuff like that, and errors and stuff to fix. So really normalize and make it a safe place for people to share with you. And I have some tools for that as well. Celebrate successes. What does that look like? Back in the day, I used to send out an email like, hey, these are our wins for the week. Weekly wins. You can post stuff, message boards, Slack, whatever. Teams, if you have it, and really encourage learning and ideas. One of the things we recently did on our team was kind of shout out to our team members who just renewed or updated or got new certifications. It's a really great way and a really simple way to encourage people to want to continue to learn and want to embrace, the innovations that are happening. We can kind of move to the next one here. Okay, so this is kind of one of those like pulse check, seeing is your team ready? And you can ask yourself, you can ask your team these questions, you can put it in a spreadsheet, you can put it in a form. I've seen it done a whole bunch of different ways, but like, do people know what's changing and why? If they understand the why and they know what is changing, it makes them much more comfortable with it. Are they invested? Are they supporting the change? Are they capable? Do they understand what to do? It may seem really simple, like writing. I'm going to use AI as the example because that's the hot ticket. But it may seem really simple to write a prompt for what you want, but it is actually kind of a learned skill, and not everybody is great at it. And so, the know-how, the learning curve, all of that. So support that piece. Are the leaders modeling, supporting, and reinforcing the change? If you have somebody on your team that is a leader, and they're really negative about it, they're gonna get following, and it's gonna really hurt that process. Is the organization ready to reinforce? What resources are there, and what is the culture and communication? And you can kind of pop over to the next slide. So you can also do an impact analysis. So you can say, hey, this is the change that we've implemented and how did it affect us? What happened, what was good, what was bad, etc. This one particularly is very in-depth. I personally like to keep it simple, stupid. So Craig, if you can actually go, I think, to the next slide. Yes. Encouraging ideas and learning. If you look at the kind of post-it note one of my most favorite things to do when we're talking about changes is talk about keep, stop, and continue. I think this one says keep, toss, create. It's the same mindset. So what's working, what's not working, and what do we need to adjust? It can be that simple. It can be a post-it board. It can be like a board in Canva. It can be something in Teams or SharePoint or whatever your team uses. I know Google has their like bulletin board platform as well. You can have it live. Your team can go in and post notes. I've seen it done in Slack channels, just allowing people to really share what's working for them, what's not working, giving them an outlet that's really healthier than complaining. You can go to the next slide. And how do we get some quick wins? So you can have 15 minutes, maybe too long, but you can have a quick why the change meeting, really explaining the why so people understand it's not just like we're doing this, suck it up and deal with it. Creating short-term goals, 30-day roadmap from start to finish. 3-question readiness pulse. It's a lot more simple than the one I shared a little bit earlier. Normalize, those statements of normalcy. I can't, I don't understand, I need help, all of those things. Have peer learning circles, peer learning groups, peer mentors. Have micro learning. Hey, I just want to show this quick tip that I learned. It's amazing. One small win every Friday. All of these types of things. And I love 30-day sprint goals. 30-day sprint goals are great. You can even do shorter ones. I love weekly sprint goals as well. And then really have those champions. Like I can't tell you enough. And then, really finding out what your team is most concerned about so you can address them. And then next slide. Oh my goodness, that looks terrible. So be future ready. Identify one process to update. So if you walk away today, like what is something I want to change? Maybe it's something personal, maybe it's professional, maybe it's a NetSuite. What is one thing, process thing, whatever that you want to change? You cross train, learn new skills. If you are in the seat where you're worried about what this is going to do to you or do for you or do against you, the best thing you can do is train and learn new skills and be that person and be that team member who is driving the bus and who is embracing the change and really be open to new career paths. If you had told me 20 years ago when I was teaching 6th grade science that I would be sitting in my seat that I'm sitting in now, I would never believe you. But I absolutely love what I do and I love the team I work with, and I wouldn't change it for the world. And so really be open to new career paths and new changes. And I think that you will feel as you embrace that, the people around you will continue to feel that way. They'll get on that momentum with you and they'll kind of ride that wave. And yeah. Just remember, you're capable of great things. Change has always been part of our story as humans. Um, you know, it's just timing. It's being thrown at us and thrown at us and thrown at us more and more and more in a faster momentum. And it's really hard to keep up with it. And it feels overwhelming and it's constant because it is. So how do you get away from it? But just remember that you can be a leader, even if you're not in that leadership position, and you can be, a change, embracer of change, if you will. So really, thank you guys so much. I have some stuff that I'll send out with you as well in the follow-ups. It's been really great having everybody on today. We had some really wonderful sessions, great sponsors. Please be sure to connect with us. We've got our LinkedIn groups. I know you can't click the links, but you can when we send it out to you. New York, NorCal, SoCal, Texas, Tennessee, all good things. You can always email me, Christina@nugcommunity.org. And yeah, I can't believe I'm about to say I'll see you in 2026, but there it is, Craig.
Wow.
Where did this year go?
Of a long year with a ton of activity. Christina programmed close to 40 events this year between the user groups and BSP, and just a great effort all around. To everybody who's still with us, who hung on through the whole presentation today, we thank you so much. We are really looking forward to even better 2026, more programming, more areas, better presentations, more education. We're here working for you. If you would like to work with us, if you'd like to volunteer, if you'd like to be a bigger part of the NetSuite user groups, we've got board memberships available. These look great on our resume and LinkedIn.
Yep.
We can use all the support we can get in all the functional areas that we run the NetSuite user group community with. So be sure to raise your hand, let us know. We got a ton of volunteers through our latest registration drive for this user group, answering the questions in our forums about areas of interest for you. So we're going to be following up on a lot of that and reaching out to people to get you even more involved. We look forward to having you as speakers, as attendees,
Yes.
and breaking bread with you at all of our events. To all of our sponsors throughout 2025, and it was a very extensive list of NetSuite ecosystem supporters. We thank you so much. And on behalf of the NetSuite User Group community, thank you. And we will see you again in 2026. That's all we've got today.
Thank you, everyone.
Have a great rest of your day.